Doctor's Secret. Chapter 1. A Midnight Summit. It seems incredible, even to myself, that I, plain John Marchmont, M.D., than whom no more prosaic and unromantic individual ever lived, should have become the possessor of such strange facts as are embodied in the history I am about to write. Is it in vain that man seeks to determine his own fate? Is he really only the sport and plaything of circumstance? Who shall say? Does science convince, or religion satisfy? Do we know one single truth of life's many mysteries with absolute certainty, save only that we are, and that we suffer? I think not. Only we are not honest enough, or humble enough to say so. I had always determined, if possible, that I would not take a country practice. Hardly necessary to say then that I found myself driven into doing so by a force and entanglement of circumstances that simply left no alternative. I had also determined, with the wisdom of youth, that I would carefully avoid the witcheries and snares of woman until I had at least reached a safe borderline of middle age and could afford the luxury of a wife. As circumstances had overthrown one portion of my plans, it was equally necessary for fate to step in and meddle with the other. By way of introduction to my story then, I will merely say that at 27 years of age, I found myself the possessor of a practice and a dwelling place in a small and dull and not very healthy country town in the West of England. I arrived there in the gloom and dusk of a rainy February night, not by choice of mine, be very sure, but again by force of uncontrollable accidents and delays and catastrophes which had tried my patience to the utmost. I drove from the station to the house, over miry and uneven roads in a cumbersome and mouldy vehicle by the name of a fly, being, I should imagine, about the one thing on earth most unlike its derivative. Having been jolted and shaken about for the best part of an hour, I was finally landed at the wooden gate of my new domicile and had my luggage conveyed into the hall, where I was met by an ancient and mouldy person, the housekeeper, whom I had consented to take on the house and furniture as they stood. I confess to acknowledging that my surroundings did not strike me favourably. The hall looked dismal and smelt damp. The old woman in her rusty black gown and rusty black cap was in depressing sympathy with the whole place. But there was no help for it. Here I was, and here I must stay for a time at all flyman assisted Mrs. Chick to carry the luggage upstairs, and having paid them, I turned to the parlour, as my housekeeper called it, wondering if that would be a little less fault-like than the hall. A fire burnt in the old-fashioned grate, and a large leather-covered easy-chair was drawn up beside it. 2 candles in brass candlesticks stood on the table and gave a dull and flickering light. There were 2 bookcases in the recesses, each side of the fireplace. The table was laid for my evening meal in a most unappetizing fashion, and the rest of the furniture, as far as I could judge in the dim light, was shabby and worn and old-fashioned. I had agreed to take the place as it stood to oblige a friend whose health compelled him to go abroad. I had also taken his word as to its being comfortable and tenable. My first impression was that the whole of my surroundings not only preached to me a silent lesson on the folly of credulity, but that was one of my many failings, and I was growing used to the punishments it received at the hands of my fellow men. At school, I was always considered the stupidest and dullest boy, and knew myself the butt and sport of all humorous and keen-witted crew who delight in tormenting what is weak and patient and long-suffering. I suppose, however, my dull brains had brightened with years and persevering study, for I bore away many distinguishing marks of success and proficiency, as well as favour in those illustrious schools of medicine where I studied, and stood high in the estimation of many members of my profession, whose position I never hoped to equal, but whose kindness and sympathy I had found very cheering. But to return to this, my first evening at Lowbridge, and my first experience of a bachelor home. I determined not to be too depressed by my first impression. I stirred the fire into a blaze and asked my musty handmaiden for more candles, which arrived in due course, as well as a dish of eggs and bacon, hot scones and tea, a meal to which I did ample justice. When the table was cleared, I took one of the candles and set forth to inspect the house. It was much too large for a single man, but I only intended to occupy 3 rooms: the dining room, or parlour, as Mrs. Chick designated it, a small study at the back of the said parlour, which would do to see patients in, and the bedroom on the first floor, which was large and comfortably furnished, with 2 windows looking onto the street. Having accomplished my pilgrimage and unpacked my belongings, I returned to the sitting room and rang for Mrs. Chick. I gave her the necessary order as to what time to call me to prepare breakfast, and then requested a little general information as to the neighbourhood of my prospective patients. She was a dismal person. Certainly her presence and her conversation did not tend to raise my already depressed spirits. I found, however, that there was generally a good deal of illness about, especially in the autumn and winter months, for the place was low-lying and ill-drained. As for society, there was the hall some 3 miles off, and the clergyman and a few small notabilities, not lively or very sociable folk, according to Mrs. Chick. At this point, she grew somewhat mysterious, hinting that I had neighbours, and very close at hand too, but that she had never known much good come of people who shut themselves up as if the very daylight would hurt them. And as for looks, well, with a sniff. Beauty was only skin deep after all, and if people had husbands, they ought to stay at home and not gallivant half their time. All this sounded very strange and incomprehensible to me, but it was not an easy matter to stem the torrent of Mrs. Chick's eloquence once it began to flow. So I let her pour it out until my patience found the strain too severe, and then I dismissed her. About midnight, I went upstairs, but a curious restlessness took possession of me, and I could not make up my mind to go to bed. I went to the window and drew up the blind to look out at the night. The rain had ceased. The stars had come out and were shining brightly in the deep, tranquil blue of the sky. I threw up the window and leant out, my eyes wandering to that neighbouring dwelling about which Mrs. Chick had been so mysterious. It was a large, old-fashioned house of dull red brick, and stood in large grounds surrounded by a high wall on one side fronting up the street. The faint and spectral moonlight fell on leafless trees and unweeded paths, on curious gables, ivy-covered walls. A gloomy place, I thought, and shivered a little in the chill air. Then I shut down the window and turned to my room with a sense of relief at its warmth and comfort. At the same moment my eyes fell on a bell just above my bed, the night bell, fixed there by my predecessor. As I looked at it, to my astonishment, it began to move. A patient already, I thought. And taking a candle from the dressing table, I went downstairs to the front door. I opened it and saw, half crouched on the step, a shrouded figure. The figure of a woman, a face, bloodless and white in the spectral moon rays, lifted itself up and looked at me. My God, what a face, what a look. Never shall I forget its agony or its dumb appeal. "What is it?" I said quickly. can I do for you? The figure rose from its crouching attitude. A heavy cloak concealed its outline. It seemed to stoop, as if with pain or weariness. Again, the white face looked up to me. The agonized eyes met mine. The lips moved. In an hour, they said. In an hour, come to me. I shall want you. Then ere I could recover from the horror that seized me, the momentary dread which the sight of that awful face, the hoarse sound of that awful voice left on my senses, the figure was gone. The moon was hidden behind a cloud, the street dark and silent, seemed to hold no form, and echoed with no tread. I stood there alone in the chill, wintry midnight, and asked myself, had I dreamt or really seen this thing? Bewildered and amazed, I again sought my room. I stirred the fire into a blaze and drew up my chair beside it. Sleep was effectually banished. I could only wonder and puzzle over the extraordinary circumstances of that midnight summons. I could only recall the strange words and voice. What could it mean? Who was it inquiring in an hour? I had no faith in supernatural visitants. Science is apt to breed skeptics, and science was my god at that time. Yet, where had that woman vanished, as if the very earth had swallowed her up? And what could possibly have been the meaning of her words? In an hour I shall want you. Well, I said half aloud, at all events I shall soon know whether I am really wanted. It was just 12 when that bell rang. What stayed my words? I turned cold and faint, strong man and skeptic as I was. My eyes had turned again to that bell, hung close beside the bed. But like lightning, there flashed upon my mind one inexplicable and hitherto unremembered fact in connection with my mysterious summons. I had only seen the bell move. I had heard no ring, nor sound. The book fell unheeded from my hand. I remained there lost in perplexity, my eyes fixed upon that innocent and prosaic-looking piece of metal. There it hung, still and motionless. Had I only fancied I saw it move, and had the fancy been strong enough to convey the actual sound to my brain? In vain I tried to solve that question. I had left the room and gone to the front door with the absolute conviction that I had heard the summons. Yet I told myself now, the flicker of light, a passing shadow might have caused me to fancy the movement. And in the somewhat unnerved and restless condition of my brain, I had supplied the sound which that movement implied. As for the figure on the doorstep and his strange words, common sense, on which I greatly prided myself, assured me that it must have been some inebriate or insane creature, and that I should probably hear in the morning of some such person having been found wandering at large in the neighbourhood. By the time I had reached this stage of reflection, I was almost convinced of what I wished to convince myself, and finding that a pleasant sense of drowsiness began to make itself apparent, I thought I would at last go to bed. I threw off my coat and then, taking my watch from my waistcoat pocket, commenced to wind it up. As I did so, I heard the clock in the hall strike 1. 12:30, I thought, and glanced mechanically at the watch as I laid it down. No, I was mistaken. I had been sitting up and brooding over probabilities and improbabilities for the best part of an hour. 1 o'clock. Even as I said it, my eyes grew silent. In the mirror over the mantelshelf, of the bell hanging so quietly there by the side of the old-fashioned chintz curtained bed. At the same instant, it began to ring. A loud, resonant peal that sounded strangely harsh and startling in the silent house and in my startled ears. I stood for a few seconds quite still, my eyes fixed on that bell, my thoughts going back with mulish and dogged obstinacy to the iteration of that one message which, try as I might, had persistently haunted me. In an hour I shall want you. Who was it wanting? Who was it that I should see there facing me again in the chill moonlight? An hour had passed. Like one in a dream, I again took the candle in my hand and descended the stairs. Chapter 2. A mysterious patient. I threw open the door and found myself confronted by a pale-faced, middle-aged woman. Utterly unlikely, uncanny, visitor I had expected. "Will you come next door at once, sir?" she said in an agitated voice. "My mistress is very ill." "Certainly," I said, turning back to the hall for my hat and overcoat. I left the candle and matches on the table against my return, and then told the woman that I was ready to accompany her. We left the house together, walking hurriedly and saying little. She did not seem disposed to be communicative, and I was, by nature and habit, rather a silent man. She threw open the gate of the red brick house I had seen from my window and opened the hall door with a latchkey. A small lamp was burning there, and I saw it was large and well furnished. Plants and flowers stood about, and bright-coloured rugs covered the oak floor. Against the walls were arranged cases of animals and birds, and curious specimens of the insect kingdom. Great birds also stood on the bracket, or swung from chains with a curious air of reality about them, and the false glitter of their watchful eyes. Evidently a naturalist, I thought, as I passed up the staircase. The woman preceded me, and closely following her, I entered the sick room. The faint, sweet perfume of narcissus flowers scented the air. I noted that as I glanced at the face on the pillow. The eyes met mine. Was ever such agony on mortal face? I shuddered as I stooped over the figure. The eyes were the same eyes that I had looked back to mine an hour before. I recognized them in the same instant that I met their dumb appeal. Professional instinct asserted itself even in the presence of mystery. I bent over her. Her hand clenched itself on mine. Her breath came in low, pitiful gasps. "Oh my God," she moaned. "Oh, do something. Give me something. I cannot bear this agony." I asked a few questions. She would not answer. Nothing could I gain. The same pitiful entreaty. I could not resist it, for I saw endurance was strained to breaking point. Whatever might be my suspicion, I could not refuse the relief she craved. I laid bare the beautiful white arm, a touch with the morphia needle, and she lay back calm and still, her features relaxed. The agonized suffering died out of her eyes. Her breath came slowly and evenly once more. I stood there and watched the change in silence. Never, I thought, had I looked on anything so lovely as that face lying back now with closed eyes and parted lips, where the faint colour was already stealing back. "You are better," I said, touching the slender hand that lay on the lace coverlet. The white lips so heavily fringed, lifted themselves from the dark sweetness of the eye. Better, she said faintly. Oh, it is heaven. And you must be an angel. I smiled involuntarily. Not quite that, I said. A very ordinary mortal indeed, but happy if he can be of service to other mortals like himself. I drew up a chair to the bedside and seated myself. And now, I said, let us get to the cause of all this. It is no use to relieve you temporarily. I must know what occasions your suffering. A change passed over the lovely face. It seemed to harden and grow chill and fierce. The lips closed themselves in a firm and resolute line. For a moment she was silent, and I watched her with curious and almost painful interest. Presently she looked at me with her wonderful deep eyes. I cannot tell you, she said, and I will not. I felt a sudden indignant colour rush to my face at a reply, the like of which I had never received in the whole course of my professional experience. I looked stupidly back at the defiant eyes, the resolute mouth. You will not? I repeated. That is a strange answer to a physician's questions. It may be strange, she said, and her voice was low and sweet and subtle as a strain of music. But it must content you. I was in pain. You cured the pain. That is enough. It may seem enough to you now, I said, but the pain will return if the cause is not discovered and remedied. Your present relief is only temporary. A little flicker, a faint change of expression crossed her face, but it was gone so quickly I almost doubted if I had seen it. Her answer astonished me even more. The cause is removed, she said. I can tell that for myself. Now, may I go to sleep? What could I say or do? I saw that opiate was already taking effect. Her eyes and voice were languid. She nestled back among the pillows and half raised her hand as if expecting me to take it. I did not do so. I felt somewhat indignant at such treatment. You will need me again, I said curtly, but do not be too sure that next time I will give you the same relief. I do not like working in the dark, and a woman could not have been in such agony as I found you without very grave reason for it. Again the languid lids unclosed. Again those sweet, strange eyes looked back to mine. A little chill smile curved the beautiful mouth. You are a very disagreeable man, she said. But all the same, I like you. You will come again, though you need not shake your head. People always do everything I wish. You will come again, when I want you. She turned her head away from the light and again closed her eyes and seemed to sleep. I left the room. In the corridor without, I found the woman waiting who had brought me here. Is my mistress better, sir? She asked anxiously. For the time, I said. Is her husband here? Can I see him? The woman looked surprised. He is in his study, she answered. But he could not tell you anything about my mistress, sir. He does not even know she is ill. It was so sudden. Then you came for me without informing him? Yes, sir. All the more reason that I should see him now. Kindly take me to his study. A little odd smile came to the woman's lips. She said no more, but led the way downstairs and through the hall till she came to a green swing door. She threw this open, and I saw another of dark oak. She knocked. There came a sound of shuffling feet, and presently the door was opened and I saw, facing me, a tall, stooping, grey-haired man with one of the ugliest faces it has ever been my lot to behold. He looked at me in a vague, dreamy way, and as if he had been suddenly aroused from sleep. I am sorry to disturb you, I said abruptly, but I wish to speak to you about your wife. She is very ill. My wife? He echoed in a bewildered sort of way. Oh, do you mean Damaris? Come in, pray. I did not know she was ill. He spoke with a strong foreign accent, and I followed him into the study and saw that my conjecture as to the occupant of the house being a naturalist was quite correct. Pray, be seated, he said, and I took the chair he pointed out. The table was littered with papers and books, the room full of animal, geological and botanical specimens, cases of minerals, microscopes and scientific implements, stuffed animals and reptiles. He looked at me from under his shaggy grey brow, but I had a feeling all the time, even now, he had not quite realised the actual fact of my presence, or of the nature of my information. I was called in to see your wife, I said abruptly. She was very ill and in great suffering. I should be glad to know if you could give me any information as to the cause or nature of her illness. She refuses to do so. He looked at me vaguely and ruffled his long wild locks with one large blue-veined hand. The other fidgeted nervously among his many papers. I do not know, he said. We do not see each other often. She does not care for what I care for. All women are frivolous. I did not know she was ill. Didn't know? I echoed in surprise. The surprise of any man who could picture so lovely a creature neglected by the one being most closely related to her. He shook his head. No, I live for my profession, my books, my studies in science. She does not care. It is not wonderful. She was left in my charge very young. I did not know what to do with her. My friends suggested marriage. It was the moral. It was useful. We could live under the same roof. No one could say anything. So it was arranged. But I live only for my books. You know them, perhaps. I am Professor Max Weimar of Heidelberg. I have written much. I came here 4 years ago. She, Damaris, likes England. Myself, I do not care. Of course I know your name, I said with surprise. Who in the scientific world does not? Still, Professor, the greatest and most important pursuit cannot quite shut out from human interests and responsibilities. He made a little gesture of impatience. I know, it is to be deplored. I try my best, but what can one do? I should not have married, perhaps. I quite agreed with him. Or at least that he should not have married such a wife. It seemed absurd, indeed, to think of him as the lawful possessor of that lovely creature upstairs. This ugly, almost repulsive-looking man who was not even conscious that she was ill, or concerned himself with the fact when he was informed of it. Then can you tell me nothing? I said at last, of the cause of Madame Weimar's illness. Nothing. But you are a doctor. Cannot you find out for yourself? Or stay. There is her maid. She is much in her confidence. She would know. Now that I bring myself to recollect, I have not seen Damaris for several days. You see, I have my own rooms here. And he pointed to another door. Often I do not leave them from 1 week to the other, and she does not seek me. I was not surprised to hear that, but I rose to my feet, seeing that I could learn no more. I think your wife is very seriously ill, I said. I shall probably be summoned again. I have given her temporary relief, but it will not last. I only arrived at Lowbridge today, but I live next door. You will not have to send very far if I am needed. That is all good. That is well, he said abruptly. His eyes had wandered again to his papers. I saw that he was only anxious to be left to them, so I took my departure. The maid looked curiously at me as I came into the hall. I hope my master was able to answer your question, sir, she said. I glanced at the impassive face, the unsmiling eyes. He could tell me nothing, I said abruptly. My mistress suffers greatly from neuralgia, she said. I think it was only a worse attack than usual. I felt the blood mount in my face. My good woman, I said, you are not dealing with a fool. Your mistress and yourself have evidently agreed to keep the seizure a mystery. Do so, if you wish. But you know as well as I do that the cause of her illness and of my summons was not neuralgia. I saw her face turn pale in the dim light. What do you suspect? She gasped in sudden nervousness. That, I said, is my own affair. Keep your secret. I will do the same. I opened the door and passed out into the chill, grey dawn. Chapter 3. Rash Promise. To say that I was puzzled by this strange and altogether novel experience is to say very little. From first to last, it was a mystery. What connection could there be between the awful figure I had seen crouching on my doorstep at midnight and the lovely woman in her nest of lace and linen whom I had just left? Yet I was convinced they were one and the same. The agonized eyes of the one face had been the agonized eyes of the other. Their fierce, weird beauty had died into the calm peace of relieved suffering. But I knew them for all that. What was the meaning of the summons? How came there such terrible likeness and unlikeness between those two faces? I asked myself that question again and again, could not answer it with any reasonable satisfaction. I was of a materialistic nature and had vowed to a school of philosophy both short and logical. I demanded explanation and proof of all that I accepted or believed, and was much given to the laudation of common sense. The events of this night did not readily lend themselves to any such explanation. And tried by ordinary rules and ordinary events of life, they were, to say the least, perplexing. The mystery of that midnight summons was not in any way solved by the mystery of my strange patience. I threw myself on the bed and endeavoured to shelve my perplexities and sleep. The effort was vain. Always I saw those two forms, so like yet so unlike, the one ghastly with suffering and terror, yet with the fierceness and desperation of a criminal stamped even on its agony. The other, lovely, even in similar suffering, and womanly despite its defiance and perversity. Would she summon me again, and would she still keep up that barrier of reserve between us? My professional instinct told me that she would do the first. My pride and dignity determined to overthrow the second. How strange her words had been, how certain she had seemed that I would come, despite her extraordinary refusal to satisfy any inquiry. Yet not more extraordinary than combined reluctance and desire that characterized my own feelings. No woman had ever awakened such interest in my mind up until this time, still less any softer or more tender emotion. A doctor has not much experience of the romantic side of feminine nature, and the subtle charm of womanhood, which lies in her mystery and her incomprehensibility, are lost upon him. When the schools of anatomy have dissected and classified the one, and the cruel candour of the sick room has effectually disillusioned the other, besides, I was no woman's man. I was too abrupt and too cold and too plain-spoken. I had not the looks that please, nor the manner that attracts them. I could remember no time in my life when I had taken any interest, save a professional one, in any woman, however beautiful or charming. But the one whom I had seen for the first time tonight haunted me strangely. I fell asleep at last, but my mind was troubled and ill at ease. And after a couple of hours of feverish and uneasy slumber, I rose, bathed and dressed, descended to my study. Seen by daylight, it was by no means a gloomy room. The large bay window opened on a balcony, and that led in turn to a fair-sized, though somewhat neglected garden. The brick wall dividing my premises from those of my neighbours was not too high to prevent my seeing over them, and I must confess that my eyes turned instinctively in that direction. The sun was shining brilliantly over the dark red gables and the leafless trees, and sparkled on the moisture of sward and shrub. I was surprised at the extent of the ground, but a small park seemed to stretch beyond the first belt of shrubbery. It looked wild and neglected. Afar off, I caught sight of what looked like some ancient ruin, ivy covered and moss gowned, and indescribably desolate. I could imagine that when the trees were in leaf, the grounds would be completely hidden. But as my study was almost level with the dividing wall, I could now see over it quite distinctly. The rooms at the back of the house were still shuttered and closed. I vaguely endeavoured to picture the situation of my strange patient's bedroom, but could not succeed. By the by, I thought, she must surely be awake this time. I wonder how she feels. I was not candid enough to allow, even to myself, but I also wondered whether I should be summoned again. My anger and indignation had almost evaporated, or else curiosity had stifled them out of their brief existence. I could only picture those deep, strange eyes looking back at me, the wealth of hair that tossed in wild luxuriousness over the pillow, the sweet mocking mouth, the defiant word, "You will come again when I want you." Summoning resolution and common sense at last, I turned away from the window and busied myself with the arranging of my books and papers. My old housekeeper summoned me to breakfast with commendable punctuality, and when my meal was over, I resolved to go out and look about the neighbourhood. My friend had left me a list of people on whom I must call, but that would be for the afternoons of my first week, as at present I was not likely to be overwhelmed with patients or inquiries. I was just opening the door to go out when the bell rang, and I found myself confronted by the messenger of the previous night. "My mistress," he said quietly. "Is she worse?" I asked. "No, sir. Better, I think. She slept soundly and is free from pain. However, she bade me bring you this message." "Shall I go there now?" I inquired. "Or is it too early?" She was lying on the couch when I left her, sir. If not inconvenient to yourself, I should say, now. I nodded and shut the door and followed her as on the previous occasion. I had not brought my case of opiates with me. I was determined that my perverse patient should not have her way this time. She was lying on a couch drawn up before the fire when I entered the room. Some wonderful wrapper of palish pink, edged and bordered with white fur, was thrown about her. Her beautiful hair was coiled loosely around her small and well-shaped head. She rested amongst snowy lace-edged pillows, and a white fur rug was thrown over her feet. The picture was too lovely for even my inartistic eyes to refuse its recognition. But as I met the challenge of her glance, I grew cold and stern once more. Ah, my kind doctor, he said. So you have come again. Are you not glad that I am better? Are you better, really? I asked, looking down at her face, spiritual and delicate as the white narcissus flowers with which the room was filled. I am indeed, she said, motioning me to take the chair beside her. All the same, I wish you had given me some more of your magic draught. You have the key to heaven. I wonder you do not enter it oftener yourself. It would not be heaven long, I said. Narcotics are insidious things and very dangerous. I would never use them except in cases of absolute necessity. She was looking at me in a calm, direct, critical way, as a child examines a strange face. You are not very malleable, Doctor, she said presently. I know very little about your profession, but I thought that you always humoured sick people. Is that not the expression? It entirely depends on the nature of their illness, I said, trying to keep face, a voice steady under the merciless scrutiny and provocation of those lovely eyes. I have never been ill in my life, he said quietly. I suppose that was why I could not bear pain when it did come. How you doctors analyse illness, germs, or hereditary causes, is it not? I wonder if you would believe me if I gave you a theory of mine. I should like to have it, I confessed. I answered. I think the mind reacts on the body. I believe severe mental suffering occasions more than half the maladies that puzzle science. Only the sufferers dare not, or can not, explain it. You say the seeds of disease be dormant in our physical nature till some external cause gives them life. I say that, in like manner, so do the seeds of evil lie concealed beneath the surface of the life we show to each other. Suddenly, some cause, something quite outside of oneself or one's desires, forces one into some feverish and unnatural mode of action or thought. The whole mental balance is overthrown. The very temperament and disposition reversed. One's longings turned into an unnatural and tormenting channel. One is borne along on a current of fierce and strange impulses that tend to evil, that spread through the mind as the germ-tainted blood through the body, that might lead one blindly, darkly on to the destruction of better instinct, perhaps to the very borderland of crime. Her face had grown very pale. Her eyes had so strange and fierce a look, they almost frightened me. Your words, I said, are very strange and very unorthodox. Of course, your theory of the connection between mind and body is no new thing. It doesn't need a physician to state facts so universally accepted. But there is no doubt that the balance of some minds is easily overthrown or rendered morbid. Habitual analysis, the strain of one persistent mode of thought, the obstinate direction of all one's mental forces into one narrow, rigid groove, all or any of these are causes that might lead to bodily and mental illness. Still, they are causes that we may avert or redirect. A strong effort of will, the pursuit of new thoughts in new channels would be the best remedy. However, I added rather coldly, I do not suppose you have sent for me merely to discuss problems of this sort. Do you still intend to keep me in the dark as to the nature and origin of your illness? She looked calmly at me. I assure you, she said, I was not ill. I was in pain, mentally and physically in pain. The relief to the body was relief to the mind. Sleep brought me dreams, and dreams have a strange influence and effect upon me. I believe in a dual life. Believe? Why, I lead it. The woman you see now is not the woman I know when sleep lays its temporary seal upon her senses. Then she lived, really and truly lived. God knows, he added with a weary sigh. That life, as you count life, has been a poor and empty thing to her. For all the years that she has worn its chains, she would not be sorry to throw them off at any moment. Madam Weimar, I said with resolution, this conversation is very interesting, no doubt, and may have some purpose for you. But on my side, I must again remind you that we meet as patient and physician. When you sent for me in that capacity, I did what I could to relieve your sufferings. In return, you obstinately refused to give me any clue to their origin and any reason for their endurance. Today, you send for me again. I cannot say I see any need for professional services. Will you be candid enough to tell me why you wish to see me? She leant back amongst her pillows and looked at me with grave and unbetraying eyes. Because, she said gently, you interest me. If you mean that as a compliment, I said, it is not to be easily credited. It's quite true, she said. You are the first man I have ever met who could be really and honestly truthful to a woman. Allow that the type is rare. You are determined to evade my question, I said sternly. Do you need my services? If so, will you give me some ground to work upon? I've told you there is none. I am quite well. Neither of those statements is true, I answered. I cannot help your impressions, Doctor. nor can I tell you more. But I should be sorry to offend you. You are one of the few men of whom a woman could make a friend, and on whom she could rely in any difficulty or emergency. I have often had a presentiment that such a crisis will arrive in my life. Today, I not only have the presentiment, but I am absolutely convinced that in that crisis you will be beside me and give me the help I need. I looked at her dumb and stupefied, and for what a moment passively submissive to the power she seemed to exercise over me. It was no use to be indignant. It was no use to be professional. She disarmed me with a look and foiled my poor attacks by a composure and audacity little short of sublime. Sometimes, she went on dreamily, one can stand alone. At others, one feels the most intense need of help and sympathy. If I said to you, I am young, I am a woman, so much of life lies still before me, and I have not one friend to trust to, one heart to strengthen and support my own, blind, helpless, tortured by a nature that even to myself is a mystery. So I groped my way along the dark and dreary path before me. If I said all this, would you believe me? Would you be that friend? I don't know what madness came over me. I don't know what spell mastered me and laid my senses utterly at her mercy. But this I do know, that the sad, sweet eyes drew me irresistibly to answer their beseechment. This I do know, that the white hand so humbly and timidly outstretched was crushed and clasped in my passionate grasp, and my lips, unconsciously yet audibly even to myself, gave to her last words an echo of the promise they had asked. I do believe you, I said, and I will be that friend. Chapter 4. Her will and mine. I spent the rest of that day wandering somewhat aimlessly about the neighbourhood. The town was like most country towns. A high street, a marketplace, a church and a chapel, one or two good shops, and a great many bad ones. The clergyman, one lawyer, and myself represented the profession. I suppose Professor Max Weimar stood for science. A few wealthy traders lived out of the town in houses of some pretension. The aristocracy of Lowbridge itself I had yet to make acquaintance with. I did not feel inclined to commence the task. The usual even balance of my mind was disturbed by recent events. I preferred my own thoughts, my own companionship to that of strangers. A man, even of my material and prosaic temperament, could not find himself confronted by so puzzling and mysterious a woman as Damaris Weinmark, without surprise or without interest. It was not only her physical loveliness, but her strange mind, the subtle changes of mood, something defiant yet appealing, artificial yet earnest, that made the whole personality of the woman stand out in startling and not to be forgotten colours. The magnetism of her presence was incontestable. I felt angered and resentful when I thought of its influence, but I could not deny it. The logic of philosophy did not serve me. The theories of science afforded no explanation. With every feeling in antagonism to the promise I had given, with a conscious and acknowledged dread of possible consequences, I had yet been weak enough to yield to the spell of a woman which she had exercised. I had bound myself to serve her with the strength and fidelity of friendship, ere a single circumstance had given her the right to ask or offered me the chance to deserve it. My nature was essentially too serious and earnest to look lightly upon any responsibility, and yet what a rash and foolish thing I had done. Reading character by physiognomy, I knew that this woman was essentially a dangerous woman, capable of desperate and reckless action, swayed by impulses and caprices, lovely in her very waywardness, and certain to arouse interest and conjecture in the mind of any man with whom she came into contact. Yet, in her youth and beauty, she was bound to one utterly indifferent to her sex or relationship to himself, and utterly unsuited to her nature and temperament. Such a marriage seemed to me a crime as well as a desecration. There was no explanation of it save in the professor's cold-blooded words. It had solved a difficulty and gave his beautiful ward a moral right to his roof and protection. So far as any other feeling or emotion was concerned, she might have been one of the stuffed and classified specimens that adorned his hall and study. It was a mysterious business altogether, and it seemed strange that fate should have singled me out to share in this mystery. When I turned my face homewards that afternoon, I had in no way calmed my mind or satisfied my reason. As life had to be lived and bodily needs supplied, I took my way back through the miry lanes and uneven roads and presented myself to Mrs. Chick as a candidate for her culinary services. No one had called and no message had arrived. I thereupon sat down to my dinner and resolved to spend the rest of the evening in writing a medical pamphlet on which I was engaged. I wrote in my study and soon grew absorbed in my subject, sufficiently so, at all events, to confine my thoughts to it exclusively and shut out the vexation and troublesome recollections of the day. My head was bent over the paper, and my eyes resting intently on the covered pages of MSS, when suddenly the perfume of narcissus flowers seemed to fill the room, and I heard a faint sigh breathe close to my ear. The study was, as usual, the firelight and lamplight made the centre of brightness where I was seated, in the darker corners which my eyes pierced, no shadow left. Yet I had a distinct and fully conscious impression that I was not alone. With a resolute effort, I shook off the feeling and again set to work. A few minutes passed. Then the same thing occurred. A sigh, low and pain-filled, sounded so close to me that I started and looked around, fully expecting to see some visible presence. Blank space was all I beheld. The uncomfortable feeling again oppressed me, now in a stronger and more imperative form. Not only was I convinced of another presence, that presence seemed dominating and directing my will. I was impressed by one feeling, and that feeling seemed to grow momentarily stronger. I must go to Damaris Weimer. She needed me. In vain I strove to fight against the sensation. I pushed aside my papers and books. I paced restlessly to and fro my study, cold, nervous, unstrung, yet resisting with every power of mind and reason the increasing strength of this impression. It was useless. Mechanically, I found myself obeying the feeling, like one in a dream. I went into my little hall and took my hat from its place, opened the door and walked to the next house. Even as my hand was on the bell, the door opened. I found myself face to face with the woman who had summoned me on the previous night. "It is you, sir," she exclaimed in surprise. "I am so glad. I was just going to fetch you. My mistress seems very much worse." I said nothing. The same dazed, stunned feeling still mastered me. I found myself in the same room, looking at the same face. Once again, pain had set its stamp on that wonderful beauty, and the agonized eyes looked up at mine in wild appeal. "Oh," she whispered hoarsely, "how long you were, how long. Couldn't you feel? Couldn't you know I needed you?" I said nothing, only looked at her in the same silent, stupefied way. She held out her arm. "Oh, be quick," she entreated. "I cannot bear this agony. I shall die." "The case. Surely you have bought it." I put my hand mechanically at the breast pocket of my coat. Yes, the case was there. I opened it. The little needle with its subtle poison lay before me. Its sight and touch seemed to arouse the old professional instinct and enable me to throw off the mystery of this strange spell. "Before I use this," I said, "will you answer the question I asked you last night?" Her eyes flashed back, the old defiance. Her lips gave still the old refusal. "No, I will not." "Then said firmly. I shall not repeat this morphia treatment. It is dangerous, it is unsafe, and it leads to bad results. Yet, I warn you, God of mercy, what do I mean? I put my hand to my forehead in a confused, dazed way. I tried to put back the case, but it fell on the bed and she seized it. Vainly I tried to move. Every limb and muscle of my frame were mastered and held in rigid immovability. Only those strange wild eyes held mine, glance for glance. And even through the mist that stifled will and thought, I heard the sweet vibrating voice. Tell me how to use it. I will have it. I gave the direction. I saw the needle in her hand. I saw the faint puncture on the marble smoothness of her skin. Then she shut the case and held it out to me. Her voice seemed to reach me from afar. Oh, wise physician, so strong and calm, have you yet learned that nature holds secrets you have not courage to learn? I am a weak woman, you a man, strong, brave, wise, yet with my will matched against yours, you are helpless. That will brought you here, even as it holds you powerless now. That will, while demanding your services, knows how to guard its own secrets. Shall science teach you how to resist it, or all your learning combat its desires? Ask both for aid if you need it, and wake to know them vanquished by a woman. Fainter and fainter grew the voice. The subtle sweetness of narcissus flowers again stole over my senses. A brief spell of darkness, of silence, and then with a start I awoke. I was sitting at my own study table, the pen in my hand, my head bent over the pages of manuscript on which I had been engaged when that sigh had startled and disturbed me. I looked around in bewilderment. Had I fallen asleep and dreamt this? It seemed the only possible solution of the mystery. I put my hand into my coat pocket. The case was there. I opened it and looked eagerly at the shining little row of injection tubes, each containing a different poison. I started to my feet, and with a sudden cry of horror, the morphia was gone. Chapter 5. What to think of it. How was I to define or explain what had occurred? Had I fallen asleep and dreamt it? If so, what had become of that one tube? Had it been stolen while I slept? Or had my power of will indeed deserted me and left me at the mercy of this mysterious magnetizer. In raging impatience, I sprang to my feet and paced the room. That I of all men should have to undergo such an experience, should find myself confronted by an incident that defied explanation or the analysis of human sense. It roused every feeling of my nature, put them into bursting antagonism against what I knew was there, yet not explained. My mind was at warfare with my senses. The latter, it seemed to me, had yielded to some inexplicable spell and had been forced to obey its directions. I could not comprehend the nature of the warfare, though I had to wage it, and that with no small amount of mental torture. I felt a sort of terror at myself and my own weakness, but in truth, I dared not do what I wished to do. Go to Damaris Weimar and demand the return of that stolen needle. One of two things had happened. Either I had gone to her, drawn by a power I could not explain, or she had come here while I slept and extracted it from my case. The daring and danger of such a proceeding held me amazed by its fearless audacity. Yet even my brief acquaintanceship with this singular woman had shown me she was utterly fearless and might be as utterly unscrupulous. To satisfy my doubts, I rang the bell for Mrs. Chick. Has anyone called or been here this evening? I asked with assumed carelessness. Do you mean since you went out, sir? So I had gone out. That settled the matter. Yes, I answered. No, sir, no one. I should have mentioned it when I met you in the hall a few minutes ago. She spoke in a rather aggrieved tone of voice, but that did not impress me. I made a sign to her to withdraw and then threw myself back into the big armchair by the fire. What was I to think of it all? According to the testimony of Mrs. Chick, I had left the house. According to my own belief, I had simply fallen asleep over my writing, dreamt of what had occurred. Yet, in the latter case, how was I to account for the missing morphia needle? Even in a dream, I could scarcely have made away with it. But it was no use trying to deceive myself. This was no dream. Mesmerism is an acknowledged fact, but those students of brain mechanism and construction have declared the brain to be the organ of consciousness. They cannot possibly assert that consciousness is located in that organ. The energy of an electric charge seems to be in the conductor, yet the man of science knows it is not there, but in the space around. I had heard it positively affirmed that one person's mind could receive a distinct impression of what was present in that of another. It could describe or draw such an impression with accuracy. But I'd given very little consideration to the subject, or indeed to the meaning underlying such terms as consciousness, impression, nervous induction, and such like. Tonight, however, I did turn my mind, or that bewildered and unsettled part of myself which I called my mind, to the serious consideration of this subject. My eyes wandered to the bookshelves, and I walked over to one of them and commenced to scan its contents. A great many medical works with which I was familiar filled the lower shelves. Above was a goodly collection of biographies and histories. The top shelf of all contained a row of very old, musty-looking volumes, a collection of second-hand bookstalls and libraries, I imagine. I took several of them down and glanced at their titles. I found they nearly all treated of the same subjects, mystical and oriental law. Some were in Latin, most of them very old. I carried them over to the table, drew up the armchair close to it and began to read. Gradually my interest deepened. A new field of inquiry and investigation opened before me. The law of ancient priesthoods and far-off ages could not but absorb its attention newly directed to it, and now I began to speculate as to the truth of the many confident assertions of wiser minds than my own, at which I had scoffed as imaginative. Occultism, a magnetism, magic, were such things really existent and separate from the tricks of the conjurer, the guile of the impostor, the credulity of duped or weakened minds? I read on, and read apparently convincing proofs and tests, all applying to certain powers and affinities in nature, and reconciling them to the philosophy of modern life and modern schools of science. In the rush and hurry of daily life, when the needs of actual existence demand all one's time and attention, the less material side of that existence is universally neglected. I had certainly both ignored and neglected it. Tonight, for the first time, I allowed myself to pursue a train of thought altogether new to me. It is truly said that every truth is born into the world amidst yells of hatred. How I had despised, condemned, raged against all creeds of mysticism, anything that could not lend itself to material comprehension or demanded a more liberal and spiritual investigation than one usually affords to what is on the surface incredible. The quarrels of science and the so-called supernatural are countless. Certainly, science refuses to recognize any faculties in man but those of his material senses on the physical plane. In like manner, its theories of the origin and nature of the universe have been more speculative than assured, and liable to the individual changes of individual minds. In this respect, my own profession stands preeminent. How many things that I heard and read and then found contradicted by the next great thinker or specialist who took up the subject. How great a waste and sacrifice of human life and human health were due to the ignorance and obstinacy, the prejudice and absurd etiquette of physicians. How impossible it seemed to lay aside individual jealousy or ambition or pride when they entailed a little personal and professional sacrifice, a blow to self-esteem, or the refuting of some cherished method of treatment. I thought of many such instances as I sat there, meditating in the twilight. I had closed my musty volumes for the night and gave my own mind free play on a field of speculation. But no speculation helped me to satisfy myself or to account for the power that held me in its thrall. It seemed ridiculous that I, a strong, hard-headed, unimaginative man, should have undergone such an experience. Who would believe me if I related the incident of that stolen needle? Not the most credulous schoolgirl who ever lived. I felt the colour growing warm in my face as I thought of it, of my powerlessness and weakness in that one presence, of the curious impulse which had led me to her, and my utter inability to combat her will on any of the 3 occasions I had seen her. I, whose mental balance was so essentially even, whose nature so calm and self-controlled, I to be at the mercy of my senses and the sport of a woman's caprice. Shall I throw up the practice and leave at once? I thought. But calmer consideration showed me that would be difficult, if not impossible. Honour and duty held me at least for a time. I could give no really tangible excuse for so hasty and eccentric a departure. Yet something warned me there was danger near. Danger in the proximity of Damaris Weimar, in her strange influence, her wonderful beauty, and the unscrupulous passions to which that beauty might lend itself. The strongest man might become mere plastic clay at the touch of those small white hands. The coldest heart beat stormily at the wooing glance of those deep, strange eyes. And strength and reason grow meshed and entangled in the net of that wondrous hair, which, dark as night and soft as silk, framed in the white, weird loveliness of that most lovely face. I grew impatient and angered with myself that such memories should haunt me. I could not account for it. Perhaps I dared not. Alas, I had yet to learn that all the wisdom and all the strength and all the reason of man will in no way serve or save him when once he bends to the subjugation of a woman. For the next 2 days I heard nothing and received no summons from my strange patient. I spent those days in calling on the aristocratic members of Lowbridge society, the evenings in quiet and uninterrupted reading. Yet a great and growing uneasiness in my mind prompted me to seek Madame Weimar and demand the return of my property. It was an unsafe thing to be in any woman's keeping. A prick too deep, an overdose of the poison, and she would indeed sleep to the forgetfulness of all pain, sleep that would know no waking. On the second evening of those 2 uneventful days, I received an invitation to dinner from one of the magnates of Lowbridge, a Mrs. Courtney, who lives some 3 miles away, at a beautiful place called Keston Towers. The invitation begged me to excuse a short notice, as the dinner had been arranged before my visit. It was also intimated that I should meet several neighbours. The date was the 9th of February. This was the 6th. I accepted it as, in duty bound, I could not well evade social duties at present. They were very little in my line. Still, there was a pleasing sense of novelty about the forthcoming event. I wondered who would be there, to be honest. I think that speculation included Damaris Weimar. Would she be one of the guests? Would her health allow it? She had not mentioned whether she went into society, but I thought a woman so beautiful and with a husband so celebrated could scarcely be overlooked in a dull country town. A few patients drifted in to me in the course of the next few days and kept me employed, but I heard nothing of my next-door neighbours. On the evening of the 9th, I drove myself in my modest dog cart over to Keston Towers. It was a beautiful evening, mild and soft as spring, and I enjoyed the drive in the sweet, cool air and felt an unusual buoyancy of spirits as a consequence. A good many people were assembled when I was announced. My hostess I already knew, and she introduced me affably to such guests as were strangers. The mauvais quart d'heure before commencement of dinner passed much as it usually does. I intercepted an impatient glance at the clock on the part of Mrs. Courtney and knew that someone could not have arrived. Madame Weimar is always late, she said impatiently to a tall, handsome man standing beside her. You are to take her in to dinner, Colonel Van Rennen. You are old friends, I know. Most of the people here tonight are strangers to her. He bowed. I, watching him intently, fancied that a slight access of colour came to his pale, well-bred face. Have you seen Madame Weimar lately? He asked. No, not for 2 months or more. She has been ill, I believe. So I heard, he answered, twisting his heavy moustache somewhat absently, while his eyes turned to the door. I suppose she must be quite well now, or she would not have accepted your invitation for tonight. Is the professor coming? No, he never goes anywhere. Ah, the door is opening. Here she is at last. It was something more than curiosity that made me turn and look at the late and last arrival. Something that made me catch my breath in its momentary wonder at so lovely a vision. The tall, slight figure crossed the room with an indescribable grace of movement, robed in pure, clinging white that fell from the snowy shoulders to the arched feet in those undulating, graceful folds the painter loves, and carrying a bunch of white narcissus flowers in her hand. She looked a dream of loveliness. No wonder every eye turned to her, or that all other women in the room looked ordinary and ill-dressed beside that serene and delicate and mystical grace, which was as much a part of herself as her personal beauty. Following her, almost timidly, was a young girl, childishly young, I thought at first, glancing only at the small face and the slight figure. I watched Damaris Weimar as she greeted her hostess, and then shook hands with Colonel Van Rennen. I heard her introduce the girl by her side as Miss Hilda Siegmund, my stepsister. Then her glance fell upon me. She started. A sort of shadow crossed her face. What made me, in that moment, see as in a vision, not the radiant, queenly beauty of the woman who had turned to greet me, but only a crouching figure and haggard face, and eyes agonized and imploring, that in the rain-swept darkness of the night had first met me in the wonder of my own. What? Could I have answered that question then as I answer it now? How much suffering and perplexity I should have been saved. Chapter 6. A strange conversation. I took my hostess in to dinner and found that Madame Weimar was on my other hand. She glanced up as she took her seat. "Are you wondering," she said softly, "whether I have recovered? Set your mind at rest. I am perfectly well. I should be able to give an excellent report of your skill from the authority of a successful case." There was a mocking light in the dark eyes. It annoyed me. I, who knew the treatment I had been forced to give, and remembered with almost painful intensity the two scenes I had witnessed. "I am pleased to hear it," I said coldly. "I should like to give you a warning, but I suppose it would be useless." "Quite," she said, "but I will have it if you wish." "The use of narcotics," I answered, "is dangerous both to health and brain. You have not the temperament or nature to trifle with such dangers." Do not, if you value health or reason, accustom yourself to that fatal habit. Again, that curious shadow swept over her face. I noticed that she gave one quick glance at the face of her companion, but his eyes were bent on his plate. I must sleep sometime, she said in a low, impatient voice. Do you know what it is like to be awake in the long, lonely hours, to see strange faces grow out of the darkness, and hear strange voices whisper in your ear, to look at life and see it grow horrible with your own hideous fancies and your own evil desires? Do you mean to tell me that the drug which would purchase exemption from such hours is not worth any sacrifice? I do not believe you. The hurried, fevered words were spoken so low that I could scarcely catch them. For an instant her face grew haggard and almost cruel, and it changed back to a mutinous, laughing gaiety as she turned from me and addressed her companion. I watched them closely. I could not tell why, except the Colonel Van Rennen, so handsome a man as to be remarkable. Perhaps, too, it is a doctor's nature to be observant of faces and to note the chance betrayal of secrets hidden from the eyes of casual observers. It may also be the fault of that profession and its many sad and disheartening experiences that give to the physician a gravity of mind and thought which often unfits him for the mere frothy sparkle of society, or leads him even in its midst to speculate on the interests and passions that lie below the surface. I fear my hostess must have found me a very dull companion, but fortunately she talked well and liked to hear herself doing it. So I contented myself with an occasional remark and kept my attention for the two people who interested me so keenly. I could not account for the fancy that possessed me that they were more than ordinary acquaintances, or for the repulsion which a certain familiarity of look and tone occasioned in my mind. I felt that they met on ground of mutual interest. Their eyes would flash, glow, droop at some low, half-whispered word or some speech that seemed for them to hold a hidden meaning. Through tedious lengths of courses, and I began to feel bored and inexpressibly wearied of it all. Shortly before dessert, my eyes went wandering over the length of the table in the row of faces on the either side. They encountered the somewhat pathetic gaze of two soft, childish eyes, some short distance from my own place. I recognized them as belonging to the girl who had come here with Tamara's Weimar. She looked pale and wearied, a small, weird face, framed by masses of dusky hair, looked strangely out of place among so many that were old and worn and indifferent. The man seated beside her had evidently not troubled himself about his young companion so much as about his dinner, and I felt sorry for the child and wished I could have been near enough to speak to her. At last came the moment of feminine departure, and, there being no host, we of the sterner sex did not linger long over our wine. I noticed that Colonel Van Rennen made straight for the low-cushioned lounge, where Damaris Weimar was leaning back in her indolent grace. The girl whom I had remarked was at the piano singing, and involuntarily the group of men, of which I formed one, paused near the door so as not to disturb the young songstress. Her voice was indescribably sweet and thrilling, one of those voices that goes straight to the heart and invests the simplest air or words with infinite pathos. I watched her face, rapt and dreamy and full of tenderness. She seemed a different creature from the pale, weary child I had compassioned at the dinner table. When she ceased, there was a faint murmur of applause, and with the shy, soft colour bright in her cheeks, she seated herself by a small table and commenced turning over the leaves of an album. I advanced and took the seat beside her. She glanced at me in some surprise. I noted that when she was not so childish or so young as her slight figure, I noted then that she was not so childish or so young as her slight figure and stature had at first led me to suppose. "May I thank you for your song?" I said gently. "You have the advantage of a voice that gives expression to expressive words. It is not often met with unhappily. Are you fond of music?" "Oh yes, passionately," she said, her white face lighting up. "It's very kind of you to praise me. I have had so little instruction, and I often think I do it so badly. One may feel and not be able to express that feeling." Her eyes drooped again, that old, isolated, pathetic look I had before noticed shadowed the young face. I felt strangely interested in her. "Have you come here to stay with your sister?" I asked hesitatingly, remembering something of the introduction I had overheard. She glanced up quickly. "Madame Weimar is only my stepsister," she said. "Our parents are dead. The Professor Weimar is our guardian. Yes, I've left school now, and I am to live here, I believe, for a time. I don't wish to," she burst out tempestuously. "I would rather go out into the world and earn my own living. I do not like to be dependent." "Where were you at school?" I asked, rather surprised at this outburst. "In Hanover. I have only just come here. I arrived yesterday." "Your guardian is a very great man in the scientific world," I said, "but doubtless it is a somewhat dull home for a young girl." "Dull?" She laughed a little. "Well, that is not much matter. One can always find something to do. But he is a strange man, is he not? I fancied he looked at me yesterday as if I were some beetle or moth that he was trying to classify. I felt glad to escape from that awful study of his without having a pin run through my back. Isn't it odd?" She added, sinking her voice and looking across the room to where that beautiful figure made a central spot of attraction and loveliness. "Isn't it odd that Damaris should have married such a man? But she was always strange." They certainly look rather unsuited, I said dryly. But after all, they may be very happy for aught we know. Happy? She said with contempt. Ah, you don't know Damaris. Then she glanced round half fearfully. I know, she went on, speaking very low and hurriedly, that you are a doctor, and so you must be clever and understand things that I, for instance, could not. Well, sometimes Damaris frightens me. She was always so. It's just as if she turned into someone else, and for the time she looks and acts so strangely you would not know her. Now last night, she broke off abruptly and glanced across the room. My eyes followed hers. Madame Weimar was regarding us both with evident amusement. No, I can't tell you, said the girl confusedly, and putting her hand to her head as if in pain. She won't let me. I feel it. I said nothing, only watching the small elf-like face where the colour came and went, and noted too how the eyes darkened and deepened beneath the power of strong emotion. Oh, she breathed passionately. If I could only get away. If only I need not live there. Then her face changed again. I wonder, she said simply, if anyone would care to marry me. I suppose not, though. I'm not pretty and I have no money. Men don't care for ugly girls or poor girls, do they? I was rather astonished at the direct question, but I could see no coquetry in the small grave face and the big unsmiling eyes. Oh, yes, they do, I answered rather stupidly. If the girls are nice, a man wants something more than mere looks in his wife. He wants sympathy, interest, companionship. The very beautiful women are apt to be very vain and are seldom content with the admiration and regard of only one man. So as far as safety and contentment go, it is wiser not to marry for looks. But I suppose, she said quite gravely, when people fall in love, they do not think of anything else. I dare say you are right, I said, smiling in spite of myself. Though you are very young, you have learnt such wisdom. I only look young because I am so small, she said petulantly. I'm nearly 18. Damaris is only 4 years older than I am, and she was married at my age. Then she bent a little nearer to me, looking up at my face with her big, deep-coloured eyes. Do you think her so very beautiful? She asked. Yes, very beautiful, I answered. No woman in the room is worth looking at beside her. Ah. She caught her breath sharply again. If you could see her as I have seen her sometime. A strange chill came over me at those words. Before my eyes there flashed again that vision of horror, that awful face distorted out of all likeness to beauty or womanhood, and yet holding so strange a likeness to the queenly, beautiful creature leaning back amongst her cushions. the plumes of her heavy fan half hiding, half revealing every witching expression of the changing face. Colonel Van Rennen was still close beside her, still bending low in assiduous court. But as my glance fell on them, Morris Weimer slowly turned her head and looked straight and direct across the room to me. A faint, sweet smile parted her lips. Then she made a little imperative gesture with her fan. I rose at once. The girl by my side looked at me with appealing eyes, but I gave no answer to that gaze. The old charm was upon me. The old fascination held me. I crossed the room and stood by Damaris Weimer's side. Colonel Van Rennen rose and gave me his chair, and I seated myself mechanically. "I want to talk to you, Doctor," she said abruptly. "What a long and engrossing conversation you appear to have had with my sister. How could you make her talk? At home she never opens her lips unless absolutely obliged. Still, she is only a child. I wonder what I shall do with her. Marry her, I suppose. It is the only resource for women." "She is very young yet," I said. "There is surely no need to decide her fate so soon." "I was married at her age," she said coldly. "After all, it is best to have these matters arranged for one early. If things don't turn out satisfactorily, one can always manage them for oneself afterwards." "Rather dangerous morality, Madame Weimar," I said. "I thought the German race were proverbially faithful in their domestic relationships." "I am not a German," he said quickly. "What made you think so?" I hardly know," I stammered. "Perhaps because of the name and your husband's nationality?" "That is just the sort of mistake an English person would make," she said. "No, I am a curious mixture, I think. My father was Russian, my mother French. On her side again, there is a strain of Eastern blood. Probably from there I get my mysticism and melancholy. I am morbidly superstitious, believe in good and evil agencies and a fate that determines this life." Then she looked straight at me. "You," she said, "are one of my good influences. But you are not strong enough to rule me. There is no element of your personal attraction in my feeling towards you. There is yours towards me. If there were not—" "Well," I said as she paused, and again that strange shadow swept across her face. "You could influence me for the better," she said in her low, thrilling tone. "As it is, the person who influences me is not a good person, but he is the only one who has the power." "But do you not think," I said, "that the power you speak of might be combated by resolution and effort? To analyze it in your morbid fashion is only to tamper with an evident danger. Your mind, you say, naturally inclines to the superstitious and mystical side of nature. The more, therefore, you yield to those feelings, the less chance you have of defeating them." "There is no possibility of defeating them," she said. with so deep a melancholy in her voice that it was sadder than most women's tears. I know myself so well that I know when the wild and desperate side of me is in the ascendant, and I am capable of any sin, of any crime perhaps. I am transformed. I am not the woman you see now. Sometimes, she added with a weird, mournful smile, I can only content myself by thinking I am two people and lead two lives. You may smile, but it is not so impossible as you may imagine. Why should not twin souls be in possession of one and the same body, each having its turn of tenancy and rule in the physical or in the spiritual life according to its own fancy? I think the idea is impossible. Are you so wise? She said mockingly. Has no fiend of temptation or sin or sorcery ever entered the temple of your mind and there exercised its will and malice? How shocked you look. I suppose you are content with your life and its limited knowledge. Well, I have a spirit that would soar to the wildest regions of improbability, analyze and dissect whatever came in its way or imperiled its research. I know more medical secrets than you dream any woman could know. I have read books in Oriental languages that I dare say you have never even heard of. Alas, and her face grew dark and troubled once again. What use is knowledge? The key that locks this casket is only the key of an endless discontent. Not if it's used right, I ventured to say. Perhaps, he said, you think no woman capable of using it. You hold the old-fashioned theory of the weaker brain. Not brain, I said, but those deeper qualities that steady and utilize it. Perseverance, logic, purpose. Your own words are proof that you have, moved aimlessly from field to field, have trifled with the strangest and deepest of subjects. The result is the dissatisfaction that you confess. She looked at me steadily, gravely, as if determining some points in her own mind. Perhaps you are right, she said. I wish I had met you a year ago. Why then? I asked quickly. For a moment she was silent. Her eyes remained downcast. Her face wore an expression of intense mental pain. Because, she said at last, I would not have sacrificed you then to my wandering impulses. Now I should have no hesitation in doing so. I warn you, Doctor, I am dangerous. No man was ever the better for knowing me. If you are wise, leave this place, and pray that the shadow of my evil fate may never fall across your life. Chapter 7. less strange than true. I went home with those last words ringing in my ears, and feeling more puzzled, dissatisfied and bewildered than ever. The warning agreed with my own feelings, and yet how foolish I would look if I threw up the practice and left Lowbridge. Besides, strangely enough, I felt a vivid interest in the elf-like, melancholy girl whom I had seen for the first time tonight. Her face haunted me persistently. Such a weird, appealing little face, such big, sad eyes, such a fragile little figure, such fairy hands and feet. The beauty of Tamaris Weimar was a subtle poison, drugging sense and stifling reason. The beauty, in my eyes, of the girl Hilda Siegmund lay in something appealing, tender, and infinitely melancholy. Both differed from the general type of womanhood, or at least such womanhood as had come under my notice, and therefore both were capable of arousing interest. It seemed to me that I had come to Lowbridge to have the whole tenor of my life disturbed, and its prosaic, even balance overthrown. Yet I was helpless to prevent it. I must either submit to these influences or fly from them. Being a man, it is needless to say which course I took. Day succeeded day, and I began to find patience increasing, and 2 or 3 successful cases were gaining me a reputation for skill that promised plenty of employment. My only rival, Dr. Cross, was an old man who lived midway between Lowbridge and a little village called Brestol. The aristocracy of Lowbridge, however, had graciously accepted me as its medical advisor, and I began to receive invitations to various social gatherings and entertainments, and could scarcely have had a lonely evening unless I wished. Strangely enough, Colonel Van Rennen seemed to wish to cultivate my acquaintance after that dinner party of Mrs. Courtenay's, and constantly called and invited me to his house. He lived in a very picturesque old mansion, which had come to him, accompanied by a large fortune, from an eccentric relation whom he had never seen. He had left the army and was now leading the ordinary life of a country gentleman, varied by occasional visits to town or the continent. I found him a very interesting companion, as he had travelled much and read widely. We differed greatly, however, over 2 important subjects in life: women and religion. In neither did he profess the slightest belief, and as my experience of the former was very limited and his just as liberal, I found my arguments and faiths very cynically disposed of. One evening, after dining with him, we were both sitting in the library smoking. He had been curiously absent and distrait during dinner. Evidently his thoughts were preoccupied, and now he seemed quite forgetful of my presence. I leant back in my comfortable chair and watched his face with silent attention. It was, as I have said before, handsome to an even remarkable degree. Neither age nor care could ever steal its charm. The features were so perfectly cut, the expression so changeful, the eyes so full of thought and tenderness, the smile so winning, despite its occasional sarcasm. A face few women could resist, I thought, and gradually began to lose myself in speculation as to whether his fate had ever been ruled by one. Somehow he looked too strong and calm and purposeful to have surrendered to feminine influence. I could scarcely picture him as aught but the Sultan, even when passion made him weakest. Presently he looked up and caught my musing glance fixed on his face. "Excuse me, Doctor," he said, laughing a little nervously. "I am a bad companion tonight. Do you ever suffer from presentiments?" "Of course not. Your mind is cast in too healthy a mould to be morbid or superstitious." "Do you mean to say," I exclaimed, "that you have a presentiment tonight?" "What sort of one? I should like to hear it." "It's not a pleasant one," he said gravely as he glanced around the room. "I've had rather a strange life, and not a very good one. In it all, I am afraid I have been of more harm than service to those who have cared most for me. I have the temperament that enjoys the hour, yet cannot quite banish the regret, that remembers the thorn even while gathering the rose. I suppose I have never wholly and entirely given myself up to any emotion or to any feeling. I have loved, and I have sworn I have loved, yet never been quite sure that it was true. But of late something has come into my life that has absorbed me more than any passion it has known. The elements in it are almost tragic. Around it is a mystery which haunts me like a shadowy fiend. It is something that allures, tempts, defies, escapes. At times a whirlwind of emotion threatens me with shipwreck. At others I seem to watch the approaching crisis of my fate as a spectator might watch it, standing apart and away from myself, to gaze and speculate and wonder at those which seems myself, but which I know is not. I suppose all this sounds very unintelligible, does it not, Doctor? It does not explain the presentment, I said. He drew his hand suddenly over his clouded eyes. "The presentment," he said slowly, "is only that I look on that old self for the last time tonight. Why, I know not. Does life fill up its cup of rapture to the brim, so that having exhausted its draught no more remains? Or does life stand face to face with destiny and show me my doom, the doom I have courted and cannot escape? I wonder, I wonder, I wonder." His voice grew uncertain and indistinct. His eyes wandered over the room as if seeking to pierce its shadows. "Why do the living fear death?" he murmured. I as if speaking to himself. Is it a greater mystery than sleep, or that insensibility which science lends to suffering, Doctor? And he turned suddenly to me. You are a cool-headed, practical man. You do not believe in mysteries that science cannot explain. Mesmerism, clairvoyance, the transmission of thought, the possibility of a state or condition of the soul which supersedes the mere action of the mind and defies the power of will or the analysis of common sense. Is it not so? I hesitated. Only a month ago I could have given the brief and emphatic denial which he seemed to expect. Now, what could I say while the memory of a woman's strange power rushed back to mock my scepticism and defied me to explain or contradict it? I have not given much thought to such subjects, I said vaguely. Sometimes I regret it. I suppose a man has no right to deny a thing exists because it has escaped his own notice, or failed to interest him as a study of pursuit. Of course, one cannot investigate everything that comes in one's way. That is why the mass of mankind are content with very superficial knowledge, he said thoughtfully. But you see, I have been in the East, and many strange subjects have come under my notice. It is a curious fact that a large and cultivated mass of humanity accept as their faith a series of impossible and unnatural incidents which gave birth to Christianity, and yet will not even listen to what they may learn, search, and prove for themselves. Are you too much of a materialist to separate the soul from intelligence? Accident may destroy the one. It cannot kill the other because it is indestructible. It emanates from an indestructible force and returns to it again and yet again. That, I said, is of course the Eastern philosophy. I am not aware that they can prove their opinions more satisfactorily than we do or have done. Prejudice and ignorance are the two great foes against which any new or unusual opinion has to wage its war, he said. I could tell you things, Doctor, which would overthrow all that calm, well-balanced nature of yours, even though you disbelieved me at the time. He sighed heavily, and again that restless, uneasy look shadowed his face as he glanced round the dimly lighted room. Have you not banished the presentiment yet? I asked. I did not like the furtive, distrustful glance, the sudden pallor, the tremulous quiver of the lips. He did not look in the least like a man with nerves or superstitions, and I had never seen any such symptom in him before. Come, Colonel, I said lightly. Banish these gloomy fancies. They all come of living in this old, lonely house. I wonder you do not get married. You are in your best years. You have fortune, health, position. You would make any woman happy, I should say. And matrimony would soon cure you of unhealthy fantasies and presentments. I have never wished to marry, he said quietly, You say I would make any woman happy. That is flattering, but candidly, I have never seen yet the woman who would make me so. Never? I questioned earnestly, as I met his thoughtful eyes. They did not shrink from my scrutiny. Upon my honour, no, he said. I have thought sometimes I loved well enough even to try that disenchantment of marriage. But a month, a year would pass, and I knew I was mistaken. You have known too many women, I said, or else have never met the right one yet. Perhaps, he said quietly, and I shall never do so now. Then, even as I was looking at him, he started nervously. An expression of terror came into his eyes, which stared fixedly at one corner of the big shadowy library. My God, he muttered below his breath. That face again. Look, Marchmont, look. Can you see it or not? Coolly, steadily, my glance followed his. Followed and rested on the space of a shadow. Yet, in the moment, the shadow seemed to part and fold itself aside like a curtain. And there gleamed from out of the darkness, clear, terrible, distinct, a white and ghastly face. As I saw the eyes, tortured, murderous, devilish, flash out upon his own, a shock of physical pain, as well as mental terror, thrilled me through and through. I could not reason, speak, explain. I could only feel. Before voice or coolness returned, the face had faded into the background of shadow. Nothing and no one was there. Instinctively, I turned and looked at my companion. He was white as death, though outwardly calm. As for me, every nerve was quivering. Momentary fear and horror had been keen as an electric shock. But I knew only too well that that face was the face of the woman who had crouched at my door in the cold, wintry gloom. And whose tortured eyes had met my own in wordless terror, as they had met them again tonight.
Chapter 8. The Narcissus Blossom. I slept badly that night, disturbed by strange and evil dreams. Towards morning, however, I fell into a deep, sound sleep, from which I was awakened by a loud knocking at the door. I sprang up and demanded the reason of the summons. The voice of Mrs. Chick gave melancholy notice of an important message. Would I come round at once to Court Restal? Court Restal? I repeated. Colonel Van Rennen? Is he ill? I suppose so, Mrs. Chick returned gloomily. His man looks as white as a ghost, but won't say anything. I rose at once and dressed myself hurriedly. When I went downstairs, I found that the messenger had left. So I hastily swallowed the coffee that Mrs. Chick had prepared, and jumping into the trap which was waiting for me, I drove off to Court Restal. It was dark, about 9 o'clock, and a dull, heavy morning. Dark clouds lay piled in the grey western sky. The wind was chilly, and a faint misty vapour clasped in its damp embrace the spectral trees and a dreary landscape. Try as I might, I shivered as I drove rapidly along the road I had traversed so often. Try as I might, the memory of Colonel Van Rennen's words would return to my mind. Had that presentiment been realised? Why was I summoned to his side? I was in a strange and almost abnormal condition of expectation and of dread. I had left him at midnight well and strong, and with a parting injunction to shake off his morbid fears and go to bed. I was driving to meet him now, to find what? The tension of anxiety and fear was so strong that I absolutely dared not relax it to ask any questions of the groom who met me. I threw him the reins and hurried into the house. White faces, scared looks, groups of frightened women headed by the housekeeper, of men servants headed by the solemn old butler. This was the scene in the hall. I looked from one to the other. What has happened? I asked. The shuddering group of women drew close together. No one answered. I turned impatiently to the butler. What in heaven's name is the matter, Dawson? I exclaimed. Is your master very ill? Old man looked at me solemnly, and then with trembling lips, he gave voice to my own unspoken fears. Sir, my master is dead. For a moment, I stood there cold and stunned. Dead. The strong, handsome, light-hearted companion of so many social hours. The man from whom I parted but a short time before. Dead? Impossible, I muttered. Take me there. Let me see him. Perhaps it is only a fit, a trance. Why, he was perfectly well at 12 o'clock last night. The old man made no answer, only turned and led the way up the broad staircase, down a softly carpeted corridor, into a large and beautifully furnished bedroom. The blinds of the windows were drawn up.
grey, dull light fell through curtains of eastern embroideries on the many costly and artistic appointments of the chamber. The draperies of the bed were drawn back, and my eyes fell on its occupant. He was lying in a perfectly natural position, with arms folded across his chest, and except for a peculiarly distressed expression and a curious livid pallor of his cheek and lips, one might have thought he was only asleep. Yet, alas, my professional eye read the truth only too plainly. No one need to touch that still form, to listen for beat at the portals of the silent heart. Life was over for Julian Van Rennen. I laid back the cold hand upon the lifeless breast and stepped aside from the bed. Nothing can be done, I said. He has been dead for hours. The old butler looked at me piteously. You saw him last, sir. Was he quite well, quite himself? Can you explain the cause of a sudden death? It might be heart disease, I said. There is no sign of violence. Was anything disturbed in the house or the room? Nothing, sir. His clothes were where you see them, just as he left them. His watch and ring and purse be on the dressing table. My master said he did not require Frost, his valet, last night, and we all went up to bed before you left. The Colonel never let us sit up when he had late visitors. He was very considerate in those matters. Have you sent for the police? I asked abruptly. Yes, sir. James, the stable boy, who went for you, was to go on to the police station. He ought to be back by this time. I was still gazing at the face of the dead man, filled with so inscrutable a silence. How soon had his presentiment been verified? How true it had been. Go and see if he is returned, I said. I will wait here. I should prefer to make the examination in the policeman's presence. The man left the room, and I again turned to that still and silent figure. The face looked scarcely less noble and beautiful in death than it had done in life. I bent closer. My eyes scrutinized it more carefully. The collar of the soft cambric shirt was open at the throat and turned slightly back. I noticed with a little sense of wonder that there was no disarray of person or surroundings about the dead man, and for the first time I thought that fact somewhat suspicious. None of the negligence or abandonment of sleep was here. Rather, it looked as if some special care had been taken to make everything appear composed and tranquil. I turned the shirt back a little further and studied the pose of the body and the position of those folded arms. My eye, quick
and alert as training had made it, caught sight suddenly of something small, snowy, scarcely distinguishable from the delicate cambric against which it lay. Instinctively I seized it, only to turn faint and stagger in blind horror against the bed. What I had grasped, and what lay now crushed in my hand, was a single blossom of the white narcissus flower. One blossom, so small and frail a thing, it could scarcely have been noticed. One blossom that had dropped from its snowy sisterhood to rest upon the dead man's heart. How had it come there, this fatal flower, breathing always to me of one fatal presence? How? I clamoured dumbly and antagonizedly. Oh, voice that could not speak. Oh, eyes forever silent. Oh, folded arms that yesterday were so strong to clasp in love or punish in hate. What would I not have given to purchase back for you one moment's life? To know the secret of your doom that only breathed in faint and terrible suspicion from the breadth of one frail blossom. Chapter 9. What's that, Doctor? I was still standing there in the horror and bewilderment of my discovery when Dawson returned with the policeman. That dignitary was in a flurried and breathless condition, arising from the speed he had been compelled to make, and altogether unprecedented circumstances he was called upon to investigate. By this time I had recovered my professional composure, and in the presence of the two men I commenced my professional duties. I was soon convinced that death had not arisen from any organic disease, and as before stated, there was not the faintest mark of external violence on the body. I confess, I felt suspicious of poisoning, but I only told the official that a post-mortem examination would have to be made, and that he had best go and inform the nearest magistrate of the occurrence. I remember, while saying those words, that I was looking quietly at the bare and beautifully moulded arms, no longer crossed above the dead man's heart. One arm lay with the wrist turned upwards towards me, and I noticed on the white skin a tiny faint spot
so tiny, so faint, that it looked more like a pin's prick than anything else. Yet my eyes fastened jealously, eagerly upon it, reading at last, and with unerring certainty, the history of Julian Van Renen's death. I took the wrist and bent scrutinizingly over it, then drew a small microscope from my pocket case and examined the tiny speck. It was as I suspected. That pinprick was the puncture of the morphia needle. Julian Van Renen had died of morphia poisoning. Had it been self-administered? Was he in the habit of taking narcotics? I did not think so. He had been of too healthy a physique. Besides, he had told me laughingly once that he had a perfectly childish capacity for sleep, and nothing ever banished him. I dared not follow out my train of reasoning. It seemed too wildly improbable, too full of horror, and yet, what clue was this I held to be the secret of 2 lives? How came the fallen narcissus petals on the dead man's heart, or that mysterious wound on his wrist? "Have you discovered anything, sir?" asked the policeman sullenly. He was standing, notebook in hand, watching my face with his round bovine eyes. I dropped the wrist and put the little microscope back into my pocket. "Yes," I said curtly. "I know how he met his death. He has been poisoned. You may as well go to the magistrate now, Timms. Of course he will send for me when I am needed. I can do nothing more now." "I must question the servants first, sir," said Timms pompously. "I hope I understand my duty well enough for that." "I hope so," I said vaguely, for indeed my thoughts were flying around this mystery in troubled circles of perplexity. "I mean, yes, of course, Timms. But as it happened, they had all gone to bed last night before I left here. I had been dining with Colonel Van Renen. I must have been the last person who saw him alive." The last person who saw him alive. Even as the words left my lips, I thought of who that last person might have been. What fair, false lips had touched those now jealously guarding her secret? From what breast that flower dropped upon that other breast, while the lingering throbs of falling pulse beat out the close of life? Who was at once mistress and murderess of that dead man, stealing to his arms at midnight to seal the secret of her treacherous bargain forever in the silence of the grave? Who, indeed, I might guess, I might conjecture. I scarcely dared, even to myself, to breathe the name that such conjecture meant. I left Port Restall and went to see 2 or 3 patients whose cases were important before I returned home. The news had spread rapidly and was being eagerly discussed. I had not been many moments in the house before I received a message to attend at the magistrate's, Mr. Bland, to whom the matter had just been reported. I could only repeat the facts stated here, giving as my opinion that death had been caused by the injection of some poison. I suspected morphia. A wearisome catechism followed, but I knew too little of the dead man's habits to be able to say if he was accustomed to take sleeping draughts. His valet, Frost, stated he had known his master do so on rare occasions, but certainly not since he had lived at Port Restall. The question now arose as to where the little death-dealing instrument lay at present, and further inquiry was postponed until the room and the house had been searched. Colonel Van Rennen's only near relation was a cousin, a young barrister in London, and telegrams were dispatched to him and to the firm of lawyers in Lincoln's Inn, who had the management of his affairs, acquainting them with what had happened. The day was a melancholy and disturbed one for me, and I would have given a great deal to rid my thoughts in their perplexing and perpetual return to that one subject. Towards evening, a sharp ring at the bell announced a visitor. And presently Mrs. Chick appeared and ushered in the portly and official form of Timms. I was sitting by the fire reading, and I looked up in some surprise. "Well, Timms," I said, "has anything more been discovered?" The man's red and stupid face assumed an air of importance. He came close to me, and I noticed he held something in his hand. "Yes, Doctor. Yes, sir," he said. "I am pleased to say I've made a discovery, and I came round to you as being—" He stopped speaking abruptly. I had been looking at him and suddenly saw his ruddy face grow a shade paler, and his round eyes resolved themselves into a fixed stare. "What's that, Doctor?" he said, and pointed to something on the marble shelf above my head. I rose to my feet and looked where he directed me. I saw only my little case. It was lying open there, with its row of shining tubes glittering as the lamplight fell on them. "That?" I said carelessly. "Why, that is only one of my medical appliances, Timms." "There seems to be something missing from it, sir," he said gravely. "Yes," I answered with some hesitation. "I have lost or mislaid one of the tubes at some patient's house." He said not a word,
Only his stupid face grew preternaturally solemn. Then he made a step forward and took the case from the mantelshelf. Still, silently, but with his eyes fixed on me, he opened the palm of his left hand. There, before me, glittered the missing tube. He looked from it to the empty place in the case, and then slowly and deliberately fitted it in. I watched him in silence and in wonder. I could not possibly understand how it had come into his possession. "I suppose, sir," he said at last, "you can explain this matter? I found that tube in Colonel Van Renen's bedroom. I came here to show it to you, and the first thing I see is a case with 3 others exactly like it, and a vacant place that this one fits. Did you leave it with the deceased gentleman?" "No, Tim," I said quietly. "Excuse me, sir, but this matter may be very serious for you. I don't know if medical gentlemen go leaving poisons about in this fashion as a rule. I should say it was very careless myself. If you can't explain this to my satisfaction, sir, it will be my duty to arrest you." I could hardly repress a smile. "Why, Timms," I said, "you surely don't suppose I poisoned Colonel Van Renen in that blundering fashion, and then left the very evidence behind me? A child would not be so foolish." "I don't know, sir, and I don't care," he repeated doggedly. "That tube is yours. It was missing from your case, and you said you had lost it, and I only know it was found in Colonel Van Renen's room. Did you give it to him, or did you lose it there?" "I did not give it to him," I answered, "and as you certainly are not a magistrate, Timms, I object to being interrogated in this fashion by you. I can only say I lost that tube some 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I cannot understand how it came into Colonel Van Renen's possession." "Of course. You know where you lost it, sir? In some patient's house, perhaps? Would not that person come forward to say so?" I hesitated. I began to think I was in rather an awkward predicament. Slow and stupid as the worthy Timms appeared, he displayed a certain bulldog capacity for holding on to a purpose, which I had not expected. I think so," I answered. But in my own mind I felt very certain that Damaris Weimar would do nothing of the sort. And how could I explain that I had been powerless in the matter, that she had coolly possessed herself of my property, and I had submitted like a fool? Tim's eyes remained fixed on me in a hard, stolid gaze. I wondered if he was calculating the extent of my guilt, or its possible reasons. My own glance wandered to the little case, that innocent cause of all this trouble, and I remembered the words of the woman who had said, "I warn you, Doctor, I am dangerous. If you are wise, leave this place."
She was right, and I knew it. The shadow of her evil fate seemed to have fallen across my life, even as her memory had destroyed all its previous calm. But what could I do now? "Is this all you can say, sir?" demanded Timms again. I started. My thoughts had drifted far away. "All? Of course it is all," I said impatiently. "I can give no explanation of how that tube came into Colonel Van Renen's room. I never used it there, and only know I had lost or mislaid it some time previously." "Very well, sir." He took the little instrument back into his own possession. "This will have to be put in as evidence," he said, "and I expect you will be called upon again tomorrow, Doctor. I must report all you have said to the magistrate." "Very well," I said indifferently, "but do not run your head against brick walls, my good Timms. However Colonel Van Renen met his death, I, at least, have the greatest reason to regret it. This discovery of yours explains the cause. It now remains for you to find out one of two things. Was that death self-sought, or the act of a criminal?" Timms drew himself up and surveyed me with pompous importance. "I hope, Doctor," he said, "I know my duty, and I mean to get to the bottom of this, however much trouble it gives me. Good evening." He turned and walked solemnly out of the room. I remained for long standing there, my eyes fixed on that little case where the one tube was missing from its velvet bed, my heart full of vague and terrible thoughts. Shadow falls. It might have been a long or a short time after Timms had left me that the door again opened, and I heard some vague and indistinct murmur amidst the chip. I was so wrapped in thought that for a moment I scarcely even gathered the impression that I was not alone in the room. When I turned mechanically to see who was my visitor, I started in surprise. A little figure shrouded in a dark, heavy cloak, the hood of which was drawn round her face, stood before me. I knew her in an instant. Hilda Sigmund. She threw back the hood, and the little face, pale with excitement, its deep-hued eyes glowing like flame, looked back into mine. "Doctor," she cried breathlessly, "I want you to tell me if it's really true.
I heard them saying Colonel Van Rennen is dead. Murdered. Oh, it can't be. It can't be.
It is quite true, I said gently. I was called there early this morning. He was dead then. She grew ghastly. I almost thought she would faint. I drew a chair forward and placed her in it. She clung to my arm in a helpless, beseeching way that touched me as a child's appeal might have done. Why does it distress you so? I asked. You did not know him. She shuddered. No, I only saw him once. But Damaris knew him. Does she seem to feel it much? I asked. I have not seen her all day, the girl answered simply. She is locked in her room. And she glanced up at my face with sudden terrified appeal. Oh, I must tell you, she cried wildly. I feel that I can trust you, and if I keep silent, I shall grow mad. Listen. Last night I could not sleep. I was so restless and so wakeful that I got up at last and sat by the window for a long, long time. My room overlooks the garden, and I was watching the moonlight on the trees when I saw a dark shadow stealing from path to path, keeping as much in the darkness as possible. But it stopped for one moment and looked up at the house. And at that moment, the moonlight fell on the face. Dr. Marchmont. And she shivered from head to foot in her nervous terror. It was the face of Damaris, but not as you have seen it, not as you know it. It was that terrible, evil face that I have seen when some dreadful passion or desire has seized her. Oh, it was horrible, horrible. Then she drew the hood of her cloak round her and disappeared into the dark belt of shrubbery. I crept back to bed, nervous and terrified. I knew she was bent on some errand of wrong. All night I was tormented with frightful dreams. When I went to her room this morning, she would not admit me. She said she was ill. No one has seen her today, not even the maid who has served her so long. Then the servants began to talk of these rumours. I heard words here and there, but I dared not question them. At last I could bear it no longer, and I made my mind up to come to you. She broke off abruptly. Her little face looked up in agonized appeal to mine. Her little hands, cold and trembling, clasped my arm. If you could tell me, she whispered passionately, that it was not murder. I knew where her troubled thoughts had flown. I read the unspoken dread in her imploring eyes. There is no evidence yet, I said soothingly. Perhaps the death was accidental. He may have taken an overdose of a sleeping draught. It is not an unusual occurrence. He was so universal a favourite, so popular and courted. I cannot imagine he had any enemy who would have wished his death.
She rose suddenly and drew her cloak about her. I must go now, she said. If Damaris missed me, she would be angry. If you saw her when she's angry. She ceased abruptly. Her eyes, startled and dilated, fixed themselves on the little case still lying open on the mantel shelf. Are they yours, those tubes? She cried breathlessly. Damaris had one. I saw it in her hand yesterday. Did you give it her? I left it there, I said in some perplexity. What did it contain? She went on in the same abrupt, reckless way. Only something to bring sleep, I answered, frightened at the pallor of the little face and the growing terror of the big, dilated eyes. Sleep, not death? You are sure it could not bring death? She cried breathlessly. If one took too much of the contents, it might have fatal results, I said gravely. But why need you distress yourself, my child? It has nothing to do with you. No, she said faintly. Nothing to do with me. I don't know why I felt so frightened. Let me take you home now, I said soothingly. You are nervous and unstrung. You must go to bed and sleep. You are far too young and innocent to perplex your little head with tragedies and crime. For all answer, she bent her head down on my arm and burst into nervous, passionate weeping. I held her there as I might have held a frightened child, murmuring all sorts of foolish words to comfort her. I hated the sight of a woman's tears. And the little creature had something so fragile and appealing about her that she touched me to a deeper sense of compassion and tenderness than my life had ever known. She ceased crying at last, and the great soft eyes looked up to mine with something very pathetic in their depths. You have been very good to me, she said, but you look good. I thought the first time I ever saw you how brave and strong and calm you seemed. What a safe friend you would make. I felt my face redden at the innocent flattery. I was somewhat embarrassed how to answer her. I will be a friend to you, my dear, if you ever need one, I said at last. But I hope you may not. You are young and fair, and someday you will be loved for your own sake, and then you will forget that you ever fancied yourself alone or unhappy. She drew herself a little away. Her mournful eyes looked sadly back to mine. Ah, she said, if it too were only a fancy. But it is not. I know that only too well. She walked over to the door and I followed. As I paused in the hall to take up my hat, she turned to me abruptly. No, don't come back with me, she said. I slipped out through the side door. I shall get in the same way. No one knows I left the house. I hesitated. Her conduct had been a little strange, that I did not like to let her go by herself, but again she urged me, and I could not force myself upon her. I opened the door and glanced down the quiet street. A faint, misty rain was falling. The night was very dark. I really hardly like to let you go, I said. At least I may stay here and watch you till you are out of sight. Hush, she said suddenly, and laid her bare hand on my arm and bent her head as if listening. Do you see anyone? Look, over there, as if watching the house. I looked in the direction indicated, but the street seemed quite deserted. No, I see no one, I answered. Why would anyone watch this house? I don't know, she said slowly. Perhaps it was only my fancy. Good night, Doctor. A light touch on my hand, and she flitted away into the gloom and darkness, and was lost to sight in a moment. I remained standing there, haunted by her words. Perhaps she was right. Perhaps that blundering fool, Timms, had deemed it necessary to have the house watched. I turned away at last. Events are getting complicated, I thought. Who would ever have dreamed of associating a dull little hole like this with anything in the shape of a tragedy? I felt uneasy and disturbed. The memory of my discovery and that of Tim's, followed so closely by the visit of Hilda Sigmund, were, to say the least, serious in their implications. It was horrible for me to have to associate a woman, and such a woman as Damaris Weimar, with anything so base and criminal as the fate of Julian Van Renner. Yet one thing after another seemed tending to incriminate her. That my own mouth was sealed. How could I speak of the manner she had procured the morphine in? How expect someone to believe the story? I grew bitterly enraged at my own folly as I thought of all the circumstances. Why had I not insisted on the return of the little tube? Why had I left so dangerous a possession in the keeping of a woman whom I knew to be unscrupulous? Alas, it was too late now to ask these questions. I saw myself a passive victim in the hands of fate. I could only watch and wait on results. Timms must have worked to good purpose. I attended the coroner's inquest next day and was surprised at the cold looks and distant greetings I met with. Short as had been the interval between Colonel Van Renen's death and the official inquiry into its cause, there was a case of suspicion against myself so strong that I was apprehended, and bail for my appearance refused. Death was declared due to morphia poisoning. The evidence proved that the tube containing that poison had been found in the deceased man's bedroom, that the tube belonged to me, and that I had been the last person who saw him on the evening of his death. As I could give no satisfactory account of how the tube came there, nor bring any witness to prove its loss, I was prepared for the grave looks of the coroner and a reprimand as to my unprofessional carelessness. I was hardly prepared, however, for the growing seriousness of the case against me, the main evidence being that of a rival practitioner, Dr. Cross. He it was who pointed out that the puncture of the needle was on the right wrist, and that it was improbable, if not impossible, such a puncture could be self-inflicted. The manipulation of the little tube required some skill. Colonel Van Renen was not a left-handed man. Neither, according to his valet, was he in the habit of taking sleeping draughts. If I could have truthfully stated that I had left that tube there accidentally, all would have been well. But this I could not do. I could simply deny administering the poison or any knowledge of its coming into his possession, and I could see no one believed me. Appearances were decidedly brave. I could not help acknowledging that myself. The dead man's heir, who was present, and the Lincoln Inn's lawyer, who had also come down from London, had evidently made up their minds that I was a bad lot, and that the case was too suspicious for even a verdict of manslaughter. I was not committed to take my trial for murder, but placed in confinement until further evidence might be forthcoming. I was almost a stranger in the place, and could not reasonably expect to be credited with innocence in the face of such an array of circumstance. Yet strangely enough, I did not seem to feel my position very keenly. I heard everything and surveyed everything as a spectator might have done. No real sense of danger or difficulty troubled me for a single moment. A word from Damaris Weimar would set me free. And I never doubted that that word would be spoken when she heard of my predicament. I would not mention her name. I would not claim explanation at her hands. I could not reasonably expect an enlightened British jury to accept such a tissue of improbabilities as the whole history of my acquaintance with her displayed. Indeed, I wondered at myself, skeptic and scoffer at mysticism as I had always been, the adversary of everything not strictly to be catalogued as common sense. What had changed me? What had led me into such a dilemma? Reputation, character, perhaps life, all hung in the balance now, all lay at the mercy of one woman, and yet my acquaintance with that woman from first to last was inexplicable. Her power over me defied my strength of mind or body. I wondered vaguely if it was her will that I should accuse myself of this fearful deed. If that were the case, I believed I should do it. It seemed useless to struggle to assure myself that I was the victim of an insane delusion. That did not help me, nor would it break one link in the chain she had woven for my doom. Let me hasten over the records of this hateful time. I am less calm now than I was then, and I cannot look back without a shudder on the many days and weeks that held me prisoner on suspicion of so dastardly a crime. Cannot remember without a thrill of horror the record of facts that seemed to stamp the most innocent action as suspicious. I engaged a lawyer to defend me, but even then I was in a measure of helplessness. I could tell him no more than I could tell any third person what I knew of Damaris Weimar and the facts of our acquaintance. I could not be dastard enough to breathe suspicion against a woman's honour. My lips were sealed. I was at her mercy. Ah! How often in my lonely hours and my dark days of hopelessness did the memory of her words come back to me. I warn you, Doctor, I am dangerous. No man has ever the better for knowing me. If you are wise, leave this place and pray the shadow of my evil fate may never fall across your life. But it had fallen, darkly, swiftly, surely, till all my failure seemed to rest under the pall of its gloom and its despair.
Chapter 11. If you value life. Those weeks of confinement in a county jail will forever stand out in my memory as a time of horror. The solitude, the suspense, the shame of my position added to the growing morbidity of my mind. I
could not look calmly now on the incidents of those 2 months at Bridge. I could not but believe that fate, at which I had so often mocked, was taking ample revenge on such mockery. I seemed to have become the victim of a malignant demon who was determined to persecute me to the utmost. My recollections of the woman who had fascinated my senses and dominated my will became tinged with a hopeless terror. I felt there was something evil and mysterious about her, yet I could not explain its nature. They had brought me books and writing materials from my study, and I spent my solitary hours in reading or writing. Subjects which now had the greatest and indeed only charm for me were, strangely enough, the very subjects I had ignored and scoffed at previously: mysticism and psychology. I knew I was not in a healthy condition of mind. I felt that my brain was apt to grow confused, my senses dull, my intelligence bewildered, as I wandered amidst old fields of superstition and mystery that to me were strange and new. One night, wearied with books and torn by the suspense and anguish of my position, a position that daily grew graver and more hopeless, I laid myself down on my bed and for once gave way to the weakness of emotion. A sense of misery so hopeless, so horrible, that I could even realize the possibility of suicide as a relief, was the only sense of which I was fully conscious. From passionate grief to dull stupor, my feelings raged, until at last, from sheer exhaustion, I fell, or seemed to fall, asleep. The sleep was not like ordinary sleep. First, a cool, numbing, vague sensation stole over me. Thought died out. Feeling seemed paralyzed. If there be such a thing as a state of absolute quiescence of mind and body, I experienced it at that moment. Death could scarcely have brought a deeper sense of calm and nothingness. Only I was keenly conscious that amidst it, I, my own ordinary personality, lived and watched and waited. For what did I wait? I stood apart from my own body, helpless as a child, and prostrate with the intensity of mental and physical anguish. I saw myself as if from far distance, and seemed to survey myself with a sense of wonder and compassion. Gradually, I became impressed with the sense of another presence, and through every fibre and nerve of consciousness that still remained to me, there stole the subtle, sensuous sweetness of the narcissus. I grew absolutely faint as that remembered odour floated on the air, and for a moment or two I could see nothing, feel nothing, but seemed to wait in passive expectation for the person whom the perfume heralded. Soft as a shadow, fair as an angel, in floating robes of white and silken tissues, I saw the woman who had been the evil genius of my fate, bending over me as I lay helpless on that bed. Yet as I watched, I thought it was less her visible person than some reflection or shadow of it that stood there. It looked aerial, transparent, unlike any flesh and blood type of humanity, and yet it was herself. I had not seen her for many weeks, and I thought also she seemed even lovelier than my memories had painted her. But her loveliness did not touch me or move me as it had been wont to do. I watched her now, keenly, critically, as one watches a new and absorbing discovery. And as I watched, it seemed to me that about and beside that radiant shadow of herself, there crept a dark and most terrible likeness of that shadow. Sometimes all that was bright and lovely in her face and form would be extinguished, and I only traced the dark and evil nature showing itself in passions and instincts and desires. The two seemed in conflict as she stood there so silently, her eyes bent curiously or threateningly upon me from time to time. At last she spoke, her low, sweet voice vibrating through the silence and seeming to mock me with a sense of hearing, not through any physical channel of sound. "Wake," she said. "Wake and listen. I can save you if you will, or lead you to your fate. Wake if you value your life." She laid her hand on my arm. Still with that dim sense of wonder, I saw myself turn and gaze numbly at the beautiful figure and the lovely face. "You have kept my secret well," she went on mournfully. "It seems hard that you should have to suffer. Will you hear the truth? I loved Julian Van Lennon, and I killed him because I loved him, because his love for me was less than mine for him. I would not let him live for any other woman once I had given myself to him. And I knew that night when you were talking together, do you remember? I knew that I was not everything in his life as he had sworn to me. And then temptation came. All of love that love could give or grant, I gave him in 1 hour.
and then I killed him. It was so easy, a touch he scarcely felt, as my lips lulled him to forgetfulness, a murmur in his ear, and then sleep, rest, peace. I envy him sometimes. I wonder I did not join him in that unknown journey. He was so much to me, I would not be less to him. So I gave death for love. I have come to tell you this at last. I have been hard and cold and indifferent since the hour I kissed his cold eyelids, and I crossed his arms over the heart that never again would throb and beat for me. I had cared nothing for anyone in the whole wide world but him I had loved, and his love could not equal mine, nor could I satisfy him. Though I was beautiful, and for his sake a slave where I'd always been queen, I tried to blind myself. I tried to believe his love. It was not hard to believe when his arms held me and his lips thrilled me. But afterwards, oh, I knew languor, satiety, tolerance where I had been fed on passion and worshipped with the madness of a man's abandonment. Another woman might have endured. I could not. Something that he had tamed and subdued by strength of his love awoke and lived, and tempted me again. As that love weakened, I lost restraint. I gave myself up to the evil that allured me. Did I regret or repent? No, not yet. Not yet. But for you, I am sorry. And I may be able to save you. That is what I have come to say. You will think you dreamt this, but as a dream only I seem to you. But you will remember when you are saved. Only I ask one condition. Do not breathe a word concerning Julie's fate to either man or woman. I will grant you life. In return, will you keep my secret? Pain, sharp, horrible physical pain, seemed to tear me suddenly from my passive condition to one of mental activity. The dreamlike stupor that had held me in a trance of peace passed swiftly as it had come. I tried to rouse myself, to speak, to refuse an offer that made me participant in crime, but speech would not come. I felt as one in a nightmare. I struggled with every effort of will to wake, but though I seemed awake, I knew I was not. Answer, said that voice, sweet, faint, inexorable. Keep silent, whoever suffers, and I will save you.
Still I could not answer. My lips seemed locked. I saw her face darken and grow fierce and evil. Lurid lightning seemed to flash from her eyes, and all her beauty changed to a wild, demonical savagery that was indescribably terrifying. "Answer," she hissed in my ear. "If you value your life, answer." Then endurance seemed to snap like a broken thread, and with a loud cry I awoke. Great drops were pouring down my face. Every limb was trembling. The wild, fierce beats of my heart were positive torture. Had I dreamt this? Or had I really gone through the terrible scene? I remembered the stories and legends on which I had been feeding my overwrought brain. I told myself it was impossible, that that shining phantom could be anything but the picture of some vivid dream. But the nightmare-like horror that held me spellbound. I sat there, my face buried in my hands. Trembling like the child who hears its first ghost story. And again, like a faint and far-off echo, I heard these words. Answer, if you value your life. Then, like a flash, there passed before me the hopes and expectations of my future, the sweet possibilities of human ties and affections, the dreams of fame to be realized, honors to be won. I was still young, and life lay all before me. Why should I sacrifice it for a mere suspicion? What real proof had I that Damaris Weimar had murdered this man? Her name had never passed his lips to me. I had seen them but once together. Surely if the law could detect nothing suspicious, I was not called upon to accuse her. And again there pierced my brain, clear as spoken words, but faint, as if from further distance, that strange command. I lifted my head. A great calm and peace seemed to steal over me. Without my will, outside and apart from any conscious effort of my own, I heard my voice answering that dying echo. I promise I will keep your secret. Then all grew dark. I fell back on the pillow, and sleep took me in her kind embrace at last.
Chapter 12. Love. I woke the next morning refreshed and alert. A vague recollection of a more than usually vivid dream alone remained as a legacy from the past night's terrors. About midday, when I was busy writing, I was surprised by a visit from the head official of the jail. His kind face wore an expression of pleasure and relief. He seized my hand and shook it heartily. "It is my happy duty, Doctor," he said, "to tell you that you are free. The guilty person has confessed and is in custody. You can leave here at once if you will." I started to my feet, amazed and incredulous. Free? Innocent? Oh, thank you, God, thank God. Then, with a great effort, I calmed myself. Who did it? His valet, Frost. His story is this. It appears that the Colonel did occasionally take opiates as part of the man's denial at the inquest, and his favourite means was the injection of morphia. A doctor, a personal friend of his in India, had given him one of those little instruments, similar to your own, and he used to use it. The man had seen him do so, and he has also done it for him on occasions. On the night of his death, after you had left, the Colonel went to Frost's bedroom and roused him to ask if he knew where the little tube was, as he could not find it. The man was sleepy and ill-tempered. To tell you the truth, he had been drinking rather more than was good for him. We learnt that through the other servant. He got up and searched for the tube while his master went back to bed. He could not find it and went to the room to tell him so. When, to his surprise, he saw the thing on the table by the Colonel's bedside, he asked how much he was to give, and the Colonel told him. Whether his hand was unsteady or not, I cannot say. At all events, he gave enough to kill him, as you know. In the morning, when the full horror of what he had done broke upon him, he was seized with terror and made up his mind to deny all knowledge of the affair. He kept his secret well, and you know how suspicion fell on you after the policeman at Tim's discovery. However, conscience became troublesome. The man took to drinking more and more heavily, and in a drunken fit declared he felt unable to conceal the truth any longer. He is sober enough this morning, and has made his statement solemnly and on oath, and given himself up to justice. Of course it will be brought in as manslaughter. There is a total absence of any evidence as to criminal intent. And now let me congratulate you most heartily. You are free and with all honour. Of course you will be released at once. The news is all over the place and there is a crowd waiting to welcome you. I've ordered a trap to drive you back to Lowbridge. I expect it's here by this time. I tried to speak, but the words came with effort. So great was the revulsion of feeling. Free. Safe. Innocent. How welcome was the news, but all the suspense and anxiety of those long weeks had told on me more than I imagined, and I was totally unnerved. Even when I found myself safe in my own house and my own room, and was receiving Mrs. Chick's rather gummidge-like congratulations, I could scarcely realise the truth. visits and letters and cards poured in on me all that day. I found myself absolutely popular. But solitude and suspense had done their work, and I was not the same John Marchmont who had left Lowbridge under the shadow of suspicion and doubt. I looked years older. There were grey hairs about my temples and lines on my face that had never been there before. Towards nightfall, I began to feel utterly spent and exhausted. I dined and then asked Mrs. Chick to bring me some strong black coffee into my study. I was leaning back in the big armchair, smoking a cigar and sipping that coffee, when a timid knock came at the door. "Come in," I said lazily, and to my surprise my eyes met those of Hilda Siegman. "I could not help coming. Don't be angry," she said impulsively. "I am so glad, so glad, so glad. I knew you were innocent. I always said so. But oh, Doctor, how changed you are. You look so ill, so old, child," I said somewhat sadly as I drew a chair forward for her. Troubles age one more than years, and I have suffered a great deal. I only begin to realise it now. "It was shameful, cruel," she cried indignantly. "As if they couldn't have found out before. Oh, I used to want so much to go and see you in the prison, but Damaris said no one was allowed to, except the lawyer." "No one was allowed to see me alone," I said. "But I'm very glad you didn't know." "Why? Would you have cared?" she asked, raising her big soft eyes to mine appealingly. I laughed somewhat nervously. "Cared? Oh yes. I felt terribly alone and forgotten. But why should you have troubled your head about me? You scarcely know me at all." "Perhaps not," she said somewhat dreamily. "But I cannot explain it, Doctor. You were always in my mind. I felt so sorry for you." Perhaps few things in my life had ever touched me as did those simple words. For a moment my eyes grew dim, and I could not trust myself to speak. Whether she noticed my agitation or not, I cannot say. I only remember the touch of her little hand on my arm, and it seemed to draw my very heart to her. When I had recovered my composure, I turned and looked at her. I knew little of women or their ways, but the blindest man could not have helped seeing the love and tenderness in those unconscious eyes. "So you remembered, and you were sorry for me," I said involuntarily. "That's good to hear. Almost worth the suffering and suspense of these dark weeks." "It was all so shameful, so stupid, so cruel," she cried indignantly. "The idea of imprisoning you and letting that hateful man go free. What fools the police are." I laughed. "I believe, as a rule, they are not a very enlightened body," I said. But do not let us speak of the matter any more. Tell me about yourself and your sister. She looked at me keenly, her face blushed. I believe, she said, you are fond of Damaris. Every man who sees her always falls in love with her, and she has no heart. She never cares. When she is in a passion, she would as soon murder one as not. It was no longer a quiet girl, but a tempestuous little fury who sprang up and paced the room with angry steps, her breath coming quickly, her great dark eyes flashing fire. "Oh, hush, hush," I exclaimed. "You must not say such words. They are an insult to your sister, to me." "To you?" she said, and her whole face softened, and she came over to me as a child, penitent and chidden, might have come. "Oh, forgive me, do please forgive me," she entreated, and before I could stop her, she had sunk down, a little sobbing heap, on the floor at my feet. An impulse of tenderness that I could hardly understand prompted me to raise her, and she leaned, sobbing still, against my heart. All sorts of feelings swayed and moved me in those few moments. She seemed a wayward child more than a passionate, loving woman, and yet she was both. An untrained, impulsive, wild little thing, whose fate lay absolutely at the mercy of any man for whom she cared, and yet she drew me insensibly, resistlessly to herself, and something loyal and protecting woke in me at sight of her distress and her helplessness. I don't know what words I spoke. I hardly know whether she understood their import or their incoherence. I only know her sobs ceased, her eyes, wild, startled, passionate and wonderfully beautiful, looked up to mine, and with a long-drawn sigh of content, she nestled into my arms. "Oh, you are so good, so kind," she murmured, hiding her face now against my breast. "And I do love you, I do indeed. I love you better than anyone I have ever seen or ever known. I did not understand at first, but oh, I do now." "What is it you understand?" I asked soothingly as I stroked the soft hair from her white forehead with a new protective sense of possession that was wonderfully fascinating. "That I loved you from the first," she answered. "From that evening when we met and you spoke so kindly to me. And then all that terrible time when you were away and in prison and people were saying dreadful things about you. Oh, how indignant I was, and how I wanted to tell you that I believed in you just the same." "I'm sure you did," I said tenderly, in this little broken pause that came between her words and her look. "But you," she went on impulsively, "you who are so clever and so wise, how can you care for anyone like me? I am not clever or pretty like Damaris." "No," Thank God, I said instinctively. Are you glad? She asked in wonder. I thought men only loved beautiful women. I smiled. They love women for many reasons, I said, but there is a greater charm than beauty, my child. Manner, mind, character are all independent of outward graces and far more alluring and satisfactory, believe me. But why do you say you have no beauty? I think you are lovely. Do you? Do you really? She exclaimed, lifting suddenly crimsoned cheeks and sky-dark eyes to mine. Oh, how glad I am. Because if you think so, I would not be jealous of Damaris or anyone. Indeed, you need not be jealous, little one, I said fondly. I am too proud of having won your love to give you any cause to regret the gift. And now, tell me, do they know that you are here? Because I cannot have stories going about respecting my wife, and I must take you home and explain matters to your guardian. She grew pale and a frightened look crept into her eyes. Oh no, she cried. No, not tonight. I'm sure Damaris will be angry. She won't like to hear you want to marry me. She thinks you care for her. She told me so. Indeed, I thought it too, and it made me dreadfully unhappy. I grew hot and indignant. Do not ever be unhappy on that score, I said. Your sister has a strange power, magnetic, I suppose, over certain people, and can almost force them into compliance with her own desires. But apart from that, I think it is more fear and dislike I feel for her than anything else. She shivered a little and then suddenly drew herself away. If she could come between us ever, she said in a stifled whisper. Oh, hush, child, hush, I cried passionately. She shall not, I swear it. I love you, and you shall be my wife and teach me what home really means. I have been lonely and unhappy so long, but now I shall never be that again. And oh, the beauty and tender womanliness of the little face that lifted itself up to mine. What response could I make save one? I took the little figure into my arms and softly, reverently kissed the upturned lips. As that caress still lingered, wooed by frank response, the door was suddenly thrown open, and on the threshold stood Damaris Weimer.
Chapter 13. I know your secret. For a moment we stood and looked silently at each other. A strange group, I doubt not. Then, still keeping my arm around Hilda, I drew myself up and asked as coolly as I could the explanation of her stepsister's visit. A slow, cruel smile curved her mouth as she looked at the startled girl. There, she said, pointing to Hilda, is the explanation. I hope you think it's sufficient. You certainly have a very paternal manner with your patients, Doctor. I felt my face grow hot and indignant. Your sister, I said, has done me the honor to accept me as her husband. I was just about to take her home and explain. Her scornful laugh cut like a lash across my stammering words. Explain, she said. Well, certainly, a good deal of explanation is needed. Young ladies do not, as a rule, go alone at night to gentlemen's houses to receive an offer of marriage. Perhaps you are not aware that Hilda is only 17 and is under my guardianship until she is 21. I scarcely know how you reconcile it to either a professional or an unprofessional code of honor to decoy a young girl here at midnight in order to make love to her, more especially as a cloud still hangs over your reputation. I could have killed her as she stood there with her insolent smile and her cold, unrevealing eyes. She to talk of reputation. She to throw stones at another woman's honor. I drew Hilda closer to my side. I think in that moment a great and deep and most chivalrous love sprang up in my heart for the little trembling creature who clung to me so piteously, whose whole frame was convulsed with nervous dread and horror as she met that cruel gaze. She will be my wife, I said calmly. Her honor is in my keeping, and I am perfectly able to defend it. What objections have you to me, Madam Weimar? She lifted those wonderful white-lidded eyes and surveyed me calmly from head to foot. I felt myself shiver and turn cold beneath their scornful, critical gaze. Objections, she said. Well, in your professional capacity, none, save that you are poor. To your private character, a great many, but I can scarcely enumerate them here. However, there is no need to prolong this discussion. Hilda, I must request you to accompany me home at once. One moment, I said. I have told you candidly how matters are between your sister and myself. If I am poor, it is a fault that will mend with every year.
I am not too poor to support a wife, and this false charge, which you say has affected my character, has been effectually disproved. I will call on your husband tomorrow. He is joint guardian with yourself of Hilda's youth and fortune. I will lay the case before him and ask for her hand. If you consider her too young to marry, I am willing to wait. But I hold myself bound to her, and I am determined she shall be my wife, soon or late. I expected an outburst of anger or sarcasm, but to my surprise her face suddenly softened. Her eyes drooped like a timid girl's. How love transforms a man, she said softly. You are a bold wooer, Doctor. Well, come tomorrow, and you shall have your answer from the Professor. Her cold, slightling laugh grated on my ear. She stretched out her hand with an imperative gesture, and Hilda crept like a chidden child across the rooms to her side. As for me, the same feeling of helplessness and passivity that I had so often experienced in this woman's presence again took possession of me. I put my hand to my head, oppressed by a sudden sense of oppression and weight. When I looked up again, I was alone. No sleep visited my eyes that night. I was tormented by 1,000 doubts and difficulties, all more or less bewildering. For the first time in my life I was in love, and my thoughts and fancies all centered themselves round one image of purity and perfection. It seemed so strange that I, brave, prosaic, unyouthful, should have won this fresh young heart. Love awakened all that was best worth waking in my nature. Again her light touch thrilled me. Her deep, soft eyes looked back into mine. I felt in fancy her clinging arms as she had turned instinctively to me in that impulse of terror. My feelings surprised myself as a sudden revelation of capabilities of which I had had no previous conception. Obstacles and impediments added to their strength. I was determined to win Hilda, and had no intention of waiting 3 years to do it. I wondered why Damaris Weimer was so adverse to my marriage with her stepsister. I should have imagined she would have been glad to be rid of a charge and responsibility that she had more than hinted were distasteful. From this point, my thoughts travelled back to my first interview with this mysterious woman. I felt convinced I knew the dark secret of her life. I wondered whether I dared hint it to her. In spite of the explanation of Julian Van Rennen's death, I was not satisfied and not convinced. That strange, vivid dream in my prison cell came back to me. It was something more than a dream, I felt sure.
The valet Frost might have had some hand in his master's murder, but the real criminal was the woman he had loved. I knew I could not accuse her with certainty. It was horrible to think of the fate awaiting her guilt, and so much that was strange and inexplicable to common sense connected that guilt with my suspicious discoveries that I despaired of making any third person believe it. Should I tell her herself that I suspected he was Julian Van Renen's murderer? I felt myself grow cold in every limb as I pictured the scene. I did not know what arts or powers she possessed, but certainly they were sufficient to bend me to her will. Might they not do the same with others? How foolish and unmanly I should look then. I tossed to and fro on my pillow, growing more impatient and feverish and perturbed every moment. Of all men living, I should have thought myself the least likely to become the sport of mystery and imagination, of a sorcery I could not explain, and yet whose power I had yielded again and again. Feeling at last that sleep was impossible, I rose and threw on my dressing gown, resolved to try the soothing influence of a cigar. My bedroom opened into a dressing room which I seldom used. It overlooked the grounds of the professor's house. I had paced to and fro for some time, smoking and debating, when some impulse seemed to prompt me to open the communicating door and enter that dressing room. I found it flooded with bright moonlight that fell through the uncurtained window. I walked up to the window and stood there looking out into the wilderness of shrubs and trees which lay beyond. As I did so, I noticed for the first time a small and rather dilapidated-looking summer house, which was partly surrounded by trees. In the daytime, it might have scarcely been noticeable, but now, in the full radiance of the moonlight, I could see it distinctly. With careless attention, I kept my eyes on the place while I smoked my cigar, until the moonlight grew dim beneath the light haze of passing clouds. Even then, I could trace the outlines of that summer house, while idly waiting for the light to shine on it again. A light did shine out suddenly, but not from the moon above. To my amazement, a clear, lambent flame like that of a lantern or candle flickered and wavered to and fro in the interior of the little structure. I watched it intently, marveling what could be its cause. Just a clear, phosphorescent gleam, playing to and fro a few inches above the ground. When the moon again shone forth, it disappeared, apparently extinguished by a greater brightness. I thought the occurrence very extraordinary, but I attributed it to the rotten wood of the summer house. In all events, I was not able to get to the grounds to investigate the matter, so there was little use in puzzling my head about it.
My cigar was finished, so I left the window and returned to the bedroom. Once more I tried to compose myself to sleep, again unsuccessfully. The sunlight was bright against my window pane before I closed my eyes, and I was wakened soon after by Mrs. Chick with my shaving water. It was pleasant to look round my familiar room, pleasant to wake to freedom once again, pleasant to lie idly dreaming of my little love and summon my energies and resolutions to the task of winning her. I could not very well call on the Professor before midday, but my morning was fairly well occupied with patients calling at the house. As soon as I was free, I left to pay that ceremonious visit. The door was opened by the same servant I had always seen. I inquired for the Professor. She looked surprised. Professor Weimar left for Germany early this morning, she said. I felt my face redden with anger. Can you give me his address? I asked. No, sir, she answered. I believe he used to travel about, at least so my mistress said. Can I see your mistress? I asked abruptly. I will ask, sir, she said, rather reluctantly, and leaving me in the hall, she went upstairs. It seemed a long time before she returned. I looked longingly through the hall and up to the landing beyond, in some faint hope of seeing Hilda, but I was disappointed. At last the servant returned and requested me to follow her. Again I found myself crossing the softly carpeted corridor. Again I stood in that well-remembered room. Again my eyes rested on the vision of womanly beauty and devilish sorcery that represented Damaris Weimar. She was lying on a couch, her lovely hair unbound and tied loosely back from her face with a ribbon. Folds of some pale rose-tinted satin gleamed and flowed to her feet. She raised herself on one arm and looked at me, that little mocking smile I knew so well, just parting her lips. Good morning, Doctor, she said. I am sorry. The Professor has been obliged to leave Lowbridge on business. I think some new specimen of the beetle tribe has been discovered, and they want his opinion. Before a subject so important, everything else must give way. I have not come here to bandy words, madam, I said sternly. I want a plain answer to a plain question. As your husband is not here, I must write and put the case before him. Will you give me his address? Certainly, but I warn you it is a waste of time. He never reads letters that do not concern scientific subjects. Certainly never answers them. I must risk that, I said quietly. I shall take silence for consent. You are quite determined then to marry Hilda, she said, looking at me with curious intentness. Yes, I answered. I told you so last night. I think, she said slowly, you are very foolish. She is not a fit wife for you. She is only an impulsive, passionate child. She does not know her own mind, nor what it is to love. Take care that for her there does not come an awakening when womanhood has replaced youth, and that her real nature awakens to recognize its true fate. My heart sank like lead. Those weird, mournful tones sounded like some prophecy of evil. Was she right? Could Hilda really know her own mind? Was this not some girlish fancy, fostered by romance and fed by her compassion for my misfortunes? But even as the chill of doubt touched me, I seemed to see her face in those lovely earnest eyes rebuking my unfaith. Her future, I said, will be in my care. I am not likely to neglect the life that has given itself to me. And you are quite resolved to marry her? Quite, I answered bravely. With or without her guardian's consent? I have always held that in a question of marriage, the two persons most concerned are the persons who contract it. They have to abide by their choice, to live out life together, to bear as best as they can its trials and misfortunes. I do not fear for myself and for Hilda. What of Hilda? She asked mockingly. She loves me, I answered slowly. Love is a liberal education to a woman. No, I am not afraid. You will have to wait for my permission, she said, looking at me with that evil light I knew gathering in the darkening of her eyes. And 3 years is a long time for a lover's patience, Doctor. Yes, I said coolly, it is a long time. But I may find means of abbreviating it, Madame Weimar. You may not always obdurate, and although the Professor is so devoted to etymological pursuits, he may yet be interested in certain episodes in his wife's past that touch his honour rather nearly. What do you mean? She cried, suddenly springing up and facing me with something very like fear in her eyes. I mean, I said slowly and deliberately, that I know your secret. Chapter 14. Again defeated.
and loveliness, and grow suddenly grey and old. The change was appalling and horrible, yet it gave me confidence and a sudden sense of courage and strength I did not usually feel in her presence. Her flaming eyes searching mine, and a curious hard look contracting every muscle in her face. The secret of Julian Van Renen's death, I answered in a low, distinct voice. You think no one suspects? No one could associate you with that tragedy. But I tell you that at any moment you may be called upon to explain your absence from home that night. I was not absent from home, she said calmly, and she reseated herself on the couch with apparent composure. I defy anyone to prove it. My maid saw me in bed. Hilda herself bade me good night here, and afterwards, I said. She laughed scornfully. I need not vindicate myself before I am accused, she said. You would find it difficult a matter to prove your words, Doctor. But I should like to know your own theory of deduction all the same. You stole my morphia tube, or rather you took it from me against my will, I said calmly. You used it first to lull Julian Van Renen to sleep, then to change that sleep to death. I cannot prove the facts, but I am absolutely convinced of them. And being so convinced, she said coolly, you would actually wed the sister of a woman whom you suspect of being a murderess. She is not your sister, I said indignantly. No drop of the same blood flows in her veins and yours. I would shield and protect her at any cost from your evil influence. If it is to be war between us, I warn you that I am not a man to be trifled with, or to forego a plan once determined upon. No, she said slowly and thoughtfully. I never imagined you were. You have one characteristic I admire and have not often met with, and that is strength of will. I coloured, foolishly enough, thinking of the ease with which she had overthrown that will again and again. Today, however, it was strange how calm and determined I felt. How resolute to combat her influence and her arts by might of that pure and trusting love which, all unknowing, I had won, of which I felt so proud. Tell me, she said suddenly, why do you suspect me? For a moment I was silent. The conviction of one's own mind does not always lend itself readily to logical speech.
I found it difficult to frame that conviction. You are a strange being, I said at last, and you have strange powers. Their nature I am ignorant of. Their effect I know, to my cost. While I was in prison, you came to me. You confessed there your crime. No dream could have been so vivid, though I was at first inclined to think it only a dream. I came to you, she faltered, and again that grey, strange look stole over her face. You confessed everything, I continued. You either consciously or unconsciously put into my hands a clue which, if I follow it, will certainly leave you at the mercy of the laws you have defied. Shall I follow that clue, madam? Suddenly she fell at my feet, a terrified heap of shuddering womanhood. For God's sake, for pity's sake, she cried. No, 1,000 times no. What you have learnt, I cannot tell. How you have learnt it, I suspect only too well. Again and again I have been warned that fatal habit would be my doom. That doom has fallen on me at last. I tried to raise her, but she only clung to my knees, shivering in helpless terror. Promise me, she moaned, promise me to keep my secret. I retract all I said. I will give my consent. You may marry Hilda as soon as you please. You are asking an impossibility, I said. Not even Hilda would bribe me to conceal a crime so cowardly. The man who is now charged with the murder of his master must be set free. By what arts or persuasion he has been led to confess what he never did, I cannot imagine. But I am convinced he is innocent, and I shall say so. She was not looking at me or even heeding me. She had covered her face with her hands and was slowly rocking herself to and fro on the couch. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? She moaned. Oh, my love, to have you back again for only one short hour. To feel the kiss of your lips on my hair and the clasp of your tender arms, and I gave you death for love. Death, death, death. That, I said very low, is what you told me in the prison. But you promised not to betray me, she cried, suddenly lifting her face. I remember it now. How still and cold you lay there. I thought you were too dead. But I have your word, remember. I yielded you your liberty, the price you are bound to pay. The old light of defiance was in her eyes. The lurid fire of that inner and evil spirit which from time to time seemed to dominate her whole nature, played like flame over her lifted face.
I shuddered and drew back. She stretched out her hand, and I grew cold and rigid as the dead. I can defy you still, she said fiercely, and by all that is strong and wild and evil in me, I will do it. Try as you may, you shall not speak the word that dooms me. I forbid you. I forbid you. You think my secret is in your power, at your mercy. I lock it back into the silence of forgetfulness. As a dream only shall its memory come. As a dream only shall you remember or forget until I die, and death releases you from your promise. Then all the room grew dark, and in my brain 1,000 brazen hammers seemed to clash, and like a stone falls, I fell at her feet, blind and deaf as the dead. When I recovered, I was lying on the couch. My temples were wet, and a curious aromatic fragrance filled the room. Damaris, Weimar, and Hilda were bending over me. I raised myself to a seating position. I felt stupefied and bewildered. Hilda's pale face recalled me to myself and nerved me to composure. I made some explanation of my weakness, but my memory seemed a blank, and I could not remember what had happened before this fainting fit. Then, seeing that I had recovered and was somewhat composed, Damaris Weimar left me alone with Hilda. I will say no word here of my darling's gentle ministry, or of her tender words, and how insensibly I grew soothed and calm, and all the fever and trouble died out of my troubled heart. It was inexpressibly sweet to me to be ministered to and tended in this fashion, and half an hour flew by on very swift wings. Damaris is quite altered, said Hilda at last. She told me she would raise no more objections and that I might marry you as soon as the trial is over. That is her only stipulation. You do not mind that, do you? No, I answered readily. You are very young, and a few months' waiting will enable you to know me better. I should not like you to repent of your choice, and I sometimes think I am too grave and old and solemn for you, my darling. Sweet words and sweeter kisses were all her answer. I was only too ready to be convinced of what my heart wished. I marvelled somewhat at the rapid change in Damaris Weimar's resolution, but I attributed it to the capriciousness and uncertainty of her character. In any case, I could not be dissatisfied with the decision that fell in so agreeably with my own wishes. So we banished all dark and troublesome thoughts, and sat happily and contentedly, building up a palace of beautiful conceits, and inclined to be at peace with all the world in the fullness of our own content.
Chapter 15. Speculation. How events transform and alter character. I seem no longer master of myself. Glamour, mystery, pain, peril, all have played their part effectually in those few months of life. Calmness, self-control, common sense. Where were they now when my heart was in the keeping of one woman, my will at the mercy of another? I began to dread solitude. My dreary house seemed peopled by shadows and haunted by a vague tormenting presence that, now in woman's loveliest likeness and again in fiendish and most terrible malignity, faced me and defied me to escape its influence. What prevented me from rising up and condemning this woman? What held my lips numb in her bidding? That was the mystery I could not fathom, that I cannot explain, even at this later date of life when I write these records. That my sober, prosaic temperament should have been so played upon rouses my indignation, but it could not afford explanation or remedy at that time. Bacon, in his speculations regarding nature, allows that there are many things, some of them inanimate, that operate on men's minds and spirits by secret antipathy or sympathy. Truly the mind of Damaris Weimar was utterly antagonistic to my own, but that did not prevent her influencing him. After that last interview, I determined to go to the prison and see the valet, Frost. I wished to hear the story from his own lips. I must ask my readers to bear in mind that for a time the whole confession of Damaris Weimar and the scene or dream described as taking place in the prison were completely obliterated from my memory. I therefore went to see Frost out of interest and kindly feeling, for I had heard the man was ill and suffering. So ill indeed that the trial seemed as if it would be indefinitely postponed. I found the unfortunate man lying in his miserable cell, his whole system shattered by illness and remorse, and his mental condition in that terrible and helpless state which is the result of sudden and enforced temperance on a habitual drunkard. His glassy eyes, his shrunken features, his trembling limbs were pitiable to behold. Acting on my own responsibility, I administered some stimulant to the man, and he revived sufficiently to sit up and answer the few questions I put to him. Those answers, however, were simply a repetition of his own confession. Whether he had been too drunk to remember what he had done, or whether he had mistaken the quantity of the dose, I could not understand. My impression was that Colonel Van Reenen had already injected some of the narcotic himself, and that Frost had, later on, repeated the dose. Now, of course, I know better. Now I can trace with calm brain and clear memory the whole tragic occurrences of that terrible night. There was one point in the man's story that struck me, and that was his remark that on this particular evening he had been impressed, as it were, to keep on drinking. For long he had been comparatively sober, but on this night a voice had again and again aroused him and commanded a repetition of the fatal stimulant whose disastrous results he only learnt later on. Long after I left him, I pondered over that confusion. At another time, I might not have attributed any importance to it, but I was restless and perturbed, and I could not believe the man to be guilty. Besides, I had not myself certain proof that a remorseless intelligence could act upon the will of another and bind the mind like a pliant reed to its directions and desires. Under ordinary circumstances, I should have believed that this natural idiosyncrasy had been his sole temper. But the time was not far distant when I should have to acknowledge that it was not only possible, but probable that the natural idiosyncrasy had been acted upon and influenced for a fatal purpose, and by a fatal and irresistible power. Long hours after that visit to the prison, I wandered about through the quiet country lanes, seeking in solitude some peace for my restless brain, some solution to the perpetual enigma of my thoughts. I found none. More restless, more disquieted, more unhappy. So I returned to my solitary home. So I took up again the burden of life's duties and responsibilities. My brain had lost even its balance. I found myself perpetually snatching at records of seeming truths, only to toss them aside in despair and disgust at my own credulity. For the decadence of those logical powers on which I had once prided myself. If it had not been for my love for Hilda, that sweet and engrossing passion which set my whole being vibrating to new chords, I scarcely dare to think what might have been the results of the long strain on my nerves and feelings. But her memory and her influence could soothe me when all else failed, and in the increasing confidence and tenderness of our relationship, I found comfort and often indeed forgetfulness of all that darker background of events which her coming had brightened. She was a strange and most interesting study, willful and impulsive, but withal so loving, so comprehensive, so tender, that at times those glimpses of her deeper nature awed as well as charmed me. The secret of true companionship lies in the perfect confidence of thoughts spoken freely, and between Hilda and myself there was entire confidence and trust. Besides, her pride in and her dependence on me seemed to lend me a new protective strength, and delighted me with the sense of responsibility which gives to a lover's passion both reverence and respect. She seemed to need my guardianship even as I needed her sympathy and love, and day by day these feelings did but strengthen and increase. I gave up my dark journeys into Shadowland,
I threw aside mystical and illogical books. What mattered records of past ages, mythical and uncertain, and, at best, unsatisfying to the mind that demands certainty. What mattered the accredited superstitious accepted by the timid, rejected by the scientific mind? I tired, seeker after knowledge, grew humble at last, content only to rest my head against a tender woman's breast, and know one's heart loved me and held me as its own. Chapter 16. Poppied sleep, the end of all. Before many weeks had passed, I was completely reinstated in the good opinion of Lowbridge, and my time was fully occupied by patients. I called daily to see Hilda, but since that one memorable visit, Damaris Weimar had never appeared, nor did I even catch sight of her. The valet Frost was still dangerously ill, and his trial had, in consequence, been again postponed. The new occupant of the Court Restall had shut it up and gone abroad for a time. The house looked desolate and forlorn, and I never passed it without a shudder of horror. I can look back now from a calmer standpoint on all those events, but at the time they had their effect upon me. I was unnerved and unstrung. My mind lost its calm, even balance. My brain seemed racked and perplexed with confusing doubts. There seemed no track of light in the remorseless future. No comfort in knowledge, no standpoint for faith. My love for Hilda was the one sole feeling that at this time preserved my reason. Of that I am convinced. Daily she grew gentler, sweeter, more womanly, giving herself up with absolute devotion to my comfort and consolation. I knew I wanted change and rest. I felt daily the strain of growing harder and more harder. I knew I wanted change and rest. I felt daily the strain growing harder and more hard. But I could not leave my darling, and so I hid my trouble as best I could, and tried to convince myself that time would cure me and bring me back my mind to a more equable condition. I had written to the professor in due form, asking his consent to my engagement to his ward, but I could only conclude that such an application was beneath the attention of a scientific mind, for I received no answer. It may scarcely seem credible, but I must again repeat at this time all memory of my suspicions of Damaris Weimar had faded from my mind, faded like the breath on a glass, that is, and then is not. I scarcely remembered her existence, unless Hilda alluded to it. I wish it had been possible to forget it altogether. I wish that now, even at this long lapse of time, my pen had no need to chronicle the crimes and the fate of this strange and almost inhuman creature. But I must hasten on to the closing scenes of my narrative, a narrative for which I ask no more faith than I would once have given, but which I know, only too well, has left the marks of its fatal truths forever on my life. My visits to Hilda and the freedom they accorded naturally led to many walks and talks in the grounds. One evening, when spring was deepening into summer and the twilight just descending over the outer world, we were strolling together under the trees and suddenly came upon the ruined summer house I had once noticed from my window. I started as I saw it. So long I had forgotten its very existence. Curiosity prompted me to enter. It was a small, dreary little place, heavily festooned in ivy and creepers, and it smelt damp and mouldy as we stood in the entranceway and surveyed it. "Strange," said Hilda. "I have never noticed it before. I suppose the trees concealed it. It looks so like them from the outside." "I think it has been made out of fallen trunks and boughs," I said, looking intently around the interior, where only a rough wooden bench formed a seat. I remembered the curious light I had seen playing over the ground. But again I felt inclined to attribute it only to the phosphorescence of the decayed and rotting wood. Hilda shivered suddenly. "How dreary it is," she said. "Come away, John. There is something uncanny about the place. I don't like it." "And I don't like it either," I answered, drawing her hand within my arm to reassure her. As I did so, my eyes fell on a corner facing where I stood. I cannot tell what made me notice it, except that the earth looked rough and disturbed in that one spot. "Wait a moment, Hilda," I said, and I walked in and up to the place. The earth was loose and uneven and seemed to have been piled together and then left. I moved it about with my stick, and to my surprise it sunk some depth, as if there was a hollow place below. My curiosity was roused, but I did not wish to alarm Hilda, so I returned, and shortly after we went back to the house. When I took leave of her that night, I asked her for the key of the little gate that communicated with my own garden, and I went through the grounds, dark and lonely now in the moonless night, and took my way to that summer house. At its entrance I paused. There again, as I had seen it once before, the odd little lambent flame hovered to and fro over the ground. But now I noted that it played only over one spot. I drew near. It suddenly disappeared. I retreated to the entrance. It appeared again. I took a box of matches from my pocket and lit one, then plunged my stick as before into the damp, loose earth. Before I had removed much of it, the match went out, but I was not to be deterred now by obstacles. Something more than curiosity prompted me to pursue my search. As fast as one match went out, I lit another. My task was brief and not difficult. In very few moments the hollow was open. I lit another match and then knelt on the dark, cold earth and peered down. Something small and wrapped in a white cloth lay there. I seized it and snatched off the discoloured and now half-rotten covering. With a shudder of horror, I saw that I held in my hands the skeleton of a little infant. The match went suddenly out. The box had fallen from my hand, and in my horror at this discovery, I forgot where it lay. I was just about to rise to my feet, when suddenly there came a swift panting sound, a rush of feet, and something, I could hardly tell what, threw itself on me with such force that I nearly fell backwards. I managed to struggle to my feet, but fierce throttling hands were at my throat and threatened me with instant suffocation. In self-defense, I seized my unknown antagonist. The supple, slender form of a woman was in my grasp. What woman? My heart knew only too well. She was terrible in that moment. Her force and strength were almost superhuman. She tore and struggled and foamed like a wild beast, and I almost thought she would succeed in throttling me, strong man as I was. How I conquered her I cannot tell, but alas, that fierce and murderous tension relaxed, and I held her arms and dragged her to the entrance. Dark as the night was, I could see her face beneath the grey drifting clouds, a face livid with fear, ghastly in its terror, demoniacal in its savagery. I shuddered as I gazed, holding her still pinioned in my grasp.
You, I cried hoarsely. You again. Have I discovered another of your secrets, Madame Weimar? Suddenly, memory came back to me, and with its strength and calmness such as had long been unknown. How dare you come here? She panted. How dare you? Come into the house and I will explain, I said. For large, heavy drops of rain had begun to fall, and I felt her shiver in her thin white gown. Quite meekly and obediently she acquiesced, I leading her like a little child along the damp, gravelled paths and under the dark boughed trees. Once in the house, she went straight into Professor's study, that strange room I have before described, with its museum-like collection of birds and animals. How weird and terrible they looked now in the dim light of a solitary lamp that a huge ape held in its hand, their glassy eyes seeming to fasten with mocking and menacing purpose on the ghastly face of my companion. She sank into a seat, her form still trembling and convulsed with nervous terror, and the after effects of that fearful struggle. I looked at her with horror and repulsion. I had no sense of fear now, nor any dread of her will dominating the strength and calmness of my own. Before her on the study table, I laid down the incriminating evidence which chance had discovered to me. And as a judge faces and interrogates a prisoner, so I faced and questioned her. How clear everything had become. That mysterious summons, the strange illness, her determination to take opiates, her refusal to tell me the cause or nature of her sufferings. I looked at her with loathing, and yet with a sense of wonder that so lovely and fragile a creature could have had strength to execute such deeds and conceal them so successfully. You know what I have discovered, I said in a low, firm voice. Have you anything to say? She shuddered in every limb. I did not kill it, she murmured. It was dead, and oh so cold, so cold. Yet why did I always hear it cry? Never a night since that night that it does not cry. Round and round my bed I hear the little mournful voice, wailing, wailing. Sometimes I think I shall go mad, or am I mad already? And have I to go to the little grave where I buried it and beg it to lie still and sleep? But lately it never would, it never would. And tonight the cry was louder and more terrible than ever, and I had to go, and then I saw you there, and I knew you had found it too, and I hated you. I wish I could have killed you. I would have done it if I had the strength. I stepped back. She lifted her face. It looked bloodless and death-like in the dim light of the lamp above. She lifted her arms and then let them drop despairingly and sat motionless with her eyes turned to mine as if waiting her doom. I always knew there was something evil and savage in me, she resumed in the same mournful, half-conscious way. I felt a sort of terror of myself, of what I might do or be led to do when circumstances brought the temptation. And it came at last. I could not escape. Fate was too strong for me, or my nature made it so. And love for me was no calm or satisfying feeling, but a devouring passion, fed by jealousy, fanned by obstacles. And when I gave way at last, it was like the taste of blood to a wild creature that has been tamed and chained into subjection, but at last escapes. Everything was against me. I was afraid of discovering he was angry, and I feared he would leave me. I think he was afraid of me sometimes. And the more I gave way to the evil nature, the stronger I seemed to grow. I could bend him to my will, even as I bent you. And the savage thirst for power grew and grew, and I cared for nothing else. Dark secrets I had learned, the power I had inherited, the force of my own nature all helped me. I seemed to myself as a god who had but to will and to do. My own moral destruction only helped me to achieve more terrible victories. But now my strength seems gone. For the first time I fear. I fail to command. And oh, always, always I see it. That white face on the pillow, and the grey colour and the livid lips. Or I hear the wailing of the child's cry, and I know they are both near me. And I cannot forget. I cannot ever know peace again. It would be strange if you could, I said. She turned her face to me, her eyes wild and dilated, met full the glance of my own. I ask no man's pity, she said slowly and coldly. But whatever you believe of me, I only know my nature made my fate. I could not alter the one or control the other. You know, I said gravely, what it is my duty to do, what I must do. She shuddered as her glance followed mine to that little heap on the table. Do you know, she said slowly, I always felt discovery would come through you. I cannot tell why, but the feeling was always there. Now that it has come, I do not care. I am not afraid of death. I am only afraid of one thing. You would not understand. It is something outside myself. And yet it is me. It is awful, terrible. I cannot escape from it. I began to think her mind was unhinged. I could not wonder at it. What woman could have gone through what she must have endured on that terrible night which had first brought us face to face, and not suffered mentally and physically from its effect? The the first time, something like pity stirred my heart, and I looked on that wreck of a beautiful womanhood, beautiful in the material and physical sense, but laid waste and desolate by fierce and evil passions. Even as a tropical garden is laid waste by a tropical storm. She folded her arms across her breast. Her head drooped. I saw that she rested her lips on one hand for a moment, and I caught sight of the dull gold setting of a ring. When she lifted her face again, her eyes looked dim and glazed, and all the life and warmth seemed slowly fading from cheek and lip. She stretched out her hand. I saw that the stone at the centre of the ring had been moved, and a tiny hollow place was revealed. Julian's ring, she said slowly. Let it be with me in death, the death it has brought me. Then, as I sprang towards her, she fell forward into my arms. What need to say more? The Chronicles of Lowbridge have done that, and given the secret of Damaris Weimar's dual life to discussion and shame and reproach. I, after the lapse of many years, shadowed by her memory and her fate, tell the story of her life so far as its threads crossed and warped my own. I can offer no explanation. I leave that to wiser minds. Her arts of enchantment, her power of subjugation may be capable of explanation. I cannot say that I am capable of giving it. Like a dark shadow in her presence fell across the darkest passage of my life. But time is merciful, and the shadow has long passed into the sunlight of love and peace. The end.